1 live.
Okay. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the December 12th, 2024 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. Our colleague, Commissioner Roy, is not participating in today's meeting. She is feeling under the weather. We wish her a speedy recovery and we hope she's feeling better. We have a very full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 3 sets of minutes. Then the acting executive director will present the acting executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 3 change of ownership recommendations, 66 license renewal recommendations, 5 provisional license recommendations, 3 final license recommendations, and 2 responsible vendor training recommendations. There are 9 items in the commission discussion and vote section today. We have a job description for a senior manager of government affairs and policy. We have a job description for an employee relations manager. We have discussion on guidance on community impact fees, community impact fee municipal form, host community business application standard evaluation form. Those are all from our Chapter 180 implementation working group. We have a FY 2026 budget request presentation. We have a draft 2025 public meeting schedule. We have a 2025 to 2026 legislative impact working group charter and administrative order requiring licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing. There is potentially 1 item of new business that the chair did not anticipate at the time of posting. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized, and I will certainly do my best to catch everybody on the screen. With those initial comments, I turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. Commissioners will go in alphabetical order and I will give my comments last. We will start with Commissioner Camargo.
Chairman, I'll give my comments either tomorrow or next week at our regulatory meeting, just for the sake of time. But thank you. Glad we're here today.
Okay. Next, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Concepcion. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Stebbins. It's good to be here today. I'll be extremely brief as well. I just wanted to really recognize and extend my appreciation to the work of you, Chair Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo and the entire working team behind social consumption. Although I could not be present during the rollout and the discussion, the overall presentation, I've been able to, visit that and read through a lot of what was provided. And I just really want to commend you all for all the work, all the outreach that you all have done to get the commission to this point. And I'm looking forward to having a more thorough conversation in the week to come. And I had one of those mornings where I was sort of reflecting on some of the work that's happened over the last year or so. And it's something to recognize, the changes to delivery licenses from 2-to-1 drivers, permitting repackaging, extending closing times, the changes to micro businesses and third-party transporters. It's really evident that remains a focus to really get the job done and get these regulations in place so that we can move the industry forward. So I just wanted to recognize that because there's so much that happens and continues to happen within a relatively short span of time, honestly, and understanding how much work goes into all of this. So I just wanted to recognize the entire team at the CCC and my fellow commissioners for your hard work. And that was all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion. Appreciate that. I have some opening comments just to make. I apologize, they might be a little bit lengthier. But first of all, I want to pass along my thanks to, first of all, Safetiva Labs and Analytics Labs in Western Mass for hosting Commissioner Roy and I recently for visits to their facilities. 2 women-owned businesses, great to see their operations and meet their team members. As a result of our listening session with our licensed ITLs last month, and thanks again to Commissioner Roy for organizing that, we look forward to working with the ITLs with periodic meetings. I know Commissioner Roy is serving in the public health seat at the Commission, has been a tremendous leader, doing a great deal of work with respect to oversight and regulation of our ITLs. She is one of the items up for discussion today. She is sponsoring. The ITLs had asked for a commissioner to join their meetings on a quarterly basis. I want everybody to know I've asked Commissioner Concepcion, who sits in the Commission's public safety seat, to participate in some of these early meetings, as I feel the issues being raised are both a public health and a public safety concern. I also feel it's important to help build out the awareness and shared work on the many topics surrounding testing. I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion for her interest in the work and certainly extend my thanks to Commissioner Roy for her continued leadership on the topics and policy questions surrounding testing. Commissioner Roy and I will be continuing our work on the accounts receivable issue. We continue to hear from licensees about outstanding accounts receivables. We're circling back with our counterparts at the ABCC to hear about their platform and resources. And as we work to address the issue, we certainly strongly encourage our licensees to pay outstanding invoices and support the strength of the industry. I also want to express my thanks to those who joined the presentation last Thursday on social consumption. Great to see the room was pretty full. I can imagine it would have been more full had Mother Nature decided to drop some snow on us this December. But I want to thank Commissioner Camargo for her leadership and energy in the work of our social consumption regulatory working group. Incredible people doing great work. So respect what they have been able to bring to the table. Looking forward to the work ahead. Part of that kicks off with a review of the red line version of draft regulations this coming Tuesday. We're hoping to put that out for informal comment beginning next week, knowing that this is an important step moving forward. Finally, I want to offer my thanks to graduate students in the Northeastern University Capstone program who provided a presentation and report over this past week about the Commission's leadership rating regulations and program opportunity. Working with our Director of Licensing and members of her team, as well as team from enforcement, the graduate students looked at our existing regulations, opportunities for such programs to focus on compliance and collaboration. Our team and I will be reading through the full report and certainly will want to be sharing it with others here at the CCC. This is the third Northeastern University capstone project I've had an opportunity to be involved in. Other projects focused on social consumption, energy efficiency. Greatly appreciate the work of the Northeastern University students on this project and can't speak enough about the great value that they provide through this capstone policy program that they offer. Also want to quickly express thanks to our constituent services team, which is here on site today, assisting our medical patients. Greatly appreciate their work. With that, we will move on to the rest of the agenda. We have 3 sets of minutes up for approval today. The first is a meeting on October 2nd, 2024. Those meeting minutes were included in the packet. I will seek a motion to approve the October 2nd, 2024 meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay. Any questions, comments, or edits to those meeting minutes? If there are none, I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. We'll move on to the meeting minutes from our October 7th, 2024 public meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the October 7th, 2024 meeting minutes, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Would you second that, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions, or any edits? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. The next set of minutes is from our October 10th, 2024 public meeting. I'll seek a motion to approve those meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you all very much, and thanks to our legal team and to our secretary for getting those minutes available for our approval. Next, I will turn it over to our acting executive director and chief people officer, Deborah Hilton Creek, for the acting executive director and commission staff report. Acting executive director.
Thank you.
It's kind of lonely up here, just the two of us right now. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to echo what Commissioner Concepcion said regarding, the work that we're doing here. Would like to give a shout out to all of the staff for the hard work that they've done for the whole year. Chapter 180 hasn't been a light lift. It's really been a heavy lift, and I just want to say that thank you to the teams that are working on, the project teams that are working on Chapter 180, and thank you to all the other staff members who've supported that effort throughout the year. There's still a little bit of ways to go, but I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you for your work. You are really appreciated. So my report is going to be very brief. I just wanted to do a little bit of a catch up over the year. We had several new staff members joined us, and I am going to, give a hearty welcome if you would join me in welcoming. In August, we brought on board McKenna Campbell, who's an investigator in the Investigations and Enforcement Unit, Alex Gallagher, investigator, Investigations Enforcement, Catherine Johnston, investigator, Investigations and Enforcement, Neil McNamara, press secretary in communications, Allison O'Neill, constituent services associate in constituent services, Jennifer Rogers, investigator, Investigations and Enforcement. In September, we brought on John Dunn, fiscal specialist in finance and accounting, Victoria Edwards, project coordinator in the research department, Autumn James, investigator, Investigations and Enforcement, Michelle No, procurement specialist, finance and accounting, Tyler Waymeyer, digital media specialist, digital and creative services. In October, we brought in Frank Espinal, project coordinator, equity program and community outreach, Ian Gray, constituent services associate, constituent services, Johannes Haffenen, multimedia specialist, digital and creative services, Michaela McDermott, our hearing officer, oh my gosh, we just, we're really happy to have everyone join us, but this one had been a very difficult recruitment for us. So we're super excited to have everyone on board, including Michaela. Ezra Nugil, Communications Specialist in Communications. And finally, this November, last month, we brought in Abigail Vogt, Executive Assistant in the Executive Offices. So welcome to all our new team members. I know this is a long time coming. We've been very busy with the ED search. And so, you know, we may have not like seen you for a little bit, but we know you're here. Welcome. And we are super excited that you chose to join our team here at the Commission. Thank you. And with that, I just wanted to mention that that with all the new members that we brought on for over the last few months, we are now at 141 in terms of our employment or employee population. So we are growing. My next slide will be to congratulate Tara Smith. And I think Tara is here. Where are you, Tara? Congratulations, Tara. She was promoted to the communications manager. And again, another announcement that had been delayed, but nonetheless, we're excited to have Tara in the communications manager role. And I believe everybody knows Tara and know what she's capable of. I enjoy interacting with her, and I'm sure as we, you know, gather more frequently, especially at our quarterly events, that, you know, everybody will get to know Tara, and those of us who haven't met the newcomers, hopefully in December or this month, we'll get to meet everyone. So thank you, Tara, for your work, and congratulations on your promotion. My next slide, please. So I just wanted to report out a little bit. Ooh, yeah, I really like that color. It's really sharp. On the workforce report, so we are looking at our demographics on this slide, and right now, and this is for FY 23-24. So that's why the total employee population number is going to be less than the one I just reported. So at the end of June, we were at 128. Right now we're at 141. So our Asian population right now among our ranks, 2%, Black African Americans at 14%, Hispanic is at 10%. We have an unspecified percentage at 21, and we have white at 53. Now, I just want to note a little bit about the unspecified. That doesn't necessarily mean that people have not identified. It means that some may not have identified, some might not have completed the designation when we collected the data. So 21% unspecified, and HR can take a look at that. We can circle back to those individuals to see if they intended to remain unspecified. I think some of these individuals or some of these employees might just have missed, you know, when we collect the data, missed the designation when we collected the data. Our females versus males versus unspecified, right now we are at 53%, I'm sorry, 52% females, 46% males, and we have 2% unspecified. So as you know, our population is very diverse, and there are individuals and employees who work with us who remain unspecified for a reason. At any rate, we welcome everyone to the Commission. We're a very diverse population, as I said, and we're looking forward to, you know, improving some of these numbers. But I can tell you these numbers look, from industry average, looks really good for us. So great team. We can't be a force in the cannabis industry without us being a diverse group, because we all bring diverse perspectives, and that's what make us great. It really is what make us great, the people. My next slide, please. So the turnover report, I just wanted to preface this particular report by saying in 2023, we reported that the turnover rate was 7.44%. And I believe that was reported as the annual turnover rate. I need to correct that for the record. The turnover rate at that point was not really or could not be determined because of data we could not extract. So when it was reported, when the report was formulated, it was reported at 7.44%, but it appears as if that 7.44% might have been for the last quarter of 22-23 or the first quarter of 23-24. Actually, it's the last quarter of 22-23, because we did grab the turnover report for the first quarter of 23-24. So for 23-24, we were at 3% the first quarter. We were at 5% the second quarter. Third quarter, we were at 4.5%. And fourth quarter, we are pretty much right around 3.8%. So I just wanted to let you know that these numbers are consistent. And I am looking forward to see, you know, what the next annual report is going to look like in terms of turnover. So when we look at turnover, if you were to calculate this, we're somewhere probably right about maybe 14% for 23-24. That is not unusual for the industry. And I'm watching second quarter and third quarter, because those appear to be quarters where we have the most movement. So I am watching that to make sure that, you know, those are not going to be increasing. However, turnover in some ways are good for the commission, and it's good for employees who are leaving. I do not have the statistics on the reasons why employees are leaving the agency, but I can tell you there are several reasons. One, they're moving out of state, and I will have numbers for you at the next meeting, next public meeting. Either moving out of state, taking another role, and especially within a state agency, we're seeing that we're having some employees move to another state agency within Massachusetts. We have employees who are leaving because they may feel that the culture is not, you know, a fit for them. And then we have other employees who are leaving for career advancement and other personal reasons. So I will work on getting those numbers to the commission at the next public meeting. Any questions on the turnover? Just one quick comment on the turnover. I think that with the hiring of a DEI director, we reported that Dr. Chatterjee had joined us back in July, and all the work that she's doing is really around making sure that that we function as a unit. She's looking at cultural activities. She's looking at having those hard conversations with individuals when there are relationship issues, when there are personality conflicts. So hopefully with the work that Dr. Chatterjee is doing, we can see some improvement in our culture over the next, 6 months to a year. The next slide, please. So this is a quick update, quick look on what's going on with Chapter 180. And I do promise that I will have another update at the next meeting. These numbers were prepared for the last public meeting, and I believe that they are working on an additional report for an update. So I will bring that back to the commission at the January public meeting. Right now, there are 179 of the 279 deliverables that have been completed to date. And these numbers will change based on when they've identified, what deliverables are. Because remember, when you see 179 completed, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's 179. Embedded in that 179 might be 500. Tasks or more that need to be completed. So please keep that in mind when you see these numbers. They're greater than what they appear. In progress, 63 out of the 279 deliverables. Not started, 37 of the 279 have not started. And with the update that we're anticipating for January, there's a possibility that we're looking at up to 6 months, so 5 to 6 months out before Chapter 180 is completed, implementation is completed. So I respectfully ask for some consideration for the staff as they continue to put in the extra work to get the regulations done, and working with commissioners to make sure that their deliverables and their goals are met for 2024. So thank you. Unless you have any questions, that's my final report. And Acting Chair, I believe Olivia Koval, Director of Licensing, is next.
Okay. Morning, Olivia. Just thank you, Debbie, for your report. And I don't know if my colleagues have any questions.
Debbie, thank you for that. No, I don't have questions right now. I'm selfishly looking at this and saying, when do we create this for social consumption, right? And all the tasks that are ahead, just thinking further out. And I know Andrew is working with our team in terms of impact and deliverables, but it's good to see this because we do the work in terms of the regulatory work, but then nobody really understands, not even us at times, what the task list looks like. So this is very important to do for everything that we do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, do you have a question or a comment?
Thank you. I have a comment just on the previous slide when we're going through the staff demographics. I would just be curious to know or to see a comparison to where those numbers were in previous years and where we are now, just to understand if there are any trends. But aside from that, this is really helpful information. This slide is helpful just to see just the overall volume of work that is happening. The 37 of the 279 that has not started. Is there I guess I wanted to know sort of a broad overview of what those are for Chapter 180.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. I think Olivia, Director Olivia, can answer that question.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
can definitely answer that. So,
Olivia, turn your mic on. There you go.
is it on? Oh, it is on. Thank you. So most of the ones that have not been started are in phase 4 and 5. So they're, related to mostly agent amendments, just related revamping that may need to be done because of Chapter 180, such as applications, a lot of software related, third-party JD software updates that are part of phase 4 and 5. So I can say that the bulk of the work was in phase 1, so we are getting closer to wrapping up essentially, as phase 1 was the big brunt of it all.
Mm-hmm. And Olivia, was this anticipated in terms of the time frame? I know we had plenty of slides for months and months, just kind of going over where we were, where things stand, and when to anticipate the completion of some of these. But can you tell us if there's been a delay or if this seems like it was on track with the previous anticipated times?
I believe it's a little bit delayed compared to the previous anticipated timeline that was given back in February, I believe, when it started. So as other things like for example, when we got into the HCAs, we realized that it takes way more bandwidth than anticipated. So because of that, we had to adjust, and things had to be delayed. The other piece of it was, a third-party vendor. We can only throw so much at them. They need time to implement. So that also was something that's kind of out of our control. That's also delayed the timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Olivia. That's helpful. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, all right. Director, we'll turn it over to you for the licensing data and updates.
All right, so next slide. So this is, our usual fund data. We have 5 applications awaiting first review, 10 supplemental review, 5 applications for provisional license consideration, 3 for final license. And the active patients are the same. Next. Here, as you can see, this shows the trend compared to December of 2023, that kind of we show every month. And really the one point we always highlight is the 19% increase compared to last year in December. So there still is steady growth. So that's the main point of this slide. Next, unless there are questions.
I have a question, but it's more, I don't even think it's on here. I think it's just when we look at it in the back end, but the change of ownerships, like I've been doing this now 4 years and, I read them every month and wow, they're complicated.
Yes, they are.
I go through them and I look at the investigators who are working on them and what you all did and the research and sort of the rabbit holes that you guys go through. But I don't know when, but I would love for you to just talk a little bit about change of ownership and the process, because again, the public thinks that these change of ownerships can happen overnight. And I just had a recent conversation with someone. It's like, oh, it's only been 3 weeks. You haven't heard from the commission. I'm like, a change of ownership does not take 3 weeks. So I would love for you to
Definitely
about that whenever it's appropriate.
And I think I would like to invite DOI on that too, because part of our team does a lot of the work on that as part of the FIT team. And like you said, it's a very intricate, elaborate process. We really do the due diligence, go down rabbit holes, as you stated. So
Yeah.
definitely, yeah. Well,
Because I know it's not up here, but when I see the license that are sitting,
mhm.
I know that also includes change of ownership, right?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perhaps something we can put on the agenda for our next meeting, if you, as part of your presentation into January meeting, kind of want to walk through some of those steps and invite your team to
For sure.
be part of that.
Definitely.
High level, but
Yeah.
I think is that, folks are, I don't want to get into my soapbox, but, folks are struggling and they're thinking about closing and or selling and, and change of ownership comes into play on a lot of this stuff. And I think we're going to see it a lot.
No, for sure.
Helpful.
That's definitely, yeah, we can do that for you in January. Next slide, please. So this, wait, I think we went backwards. The other way, there we go. So this is just our overall master slide, as you know, just kind of giving you a high level overview broken down by licensing type and where the license is in the phase. So, as usual, you can still see the 3 major license types that are leading are the cultivation, retail, product manufacturing. So there aren't really any major things to highlight compared to last month. Next slide, unless there are questions. All right, so I wanted to provide an update on the expired provisional approvals, for which the board set a motion that for which required everybody that was interested to submit their application and payment by December 3rd. So just to give you like a recap. So we had identified 120 expired provisional approvals. We sent out an email gauging for who is interested in, picking up the process, picking it back up. 30 expressed interest. From those 30, 16 resubmitted their application. 10 applicants from those 16 are still in the RFI stage, meaning that we, after they send their application, it was incomplete for whatever reason, we sent back a request for information. We did not receive a response, or we're still pending responses. From the 16 that we submitted, 2 are currently in the deemed complete phase, meaning they submitted everything we requested. And the next step is background checks. And 1 out of the 2 have paid the background checks, had their background checks completed. The other one has not paid the background check fee. So it's kind of stuck at that phase. And 4 out of the 16 that we submitted were able to receive their provisional license.
For you. Can you give me a sense of the 10 applicants who have a number of pending RFI responses? You give me just in general context of what some of those RFIs are for.
For the most part, it is HCA related. Either they did not submit an HCA or they submitted a non-compliant HCA. I can check with Suko, see if there is anything else, but those are what comes off the top of my mind right now. Yeah, mostly HCA related.
So if I may. So I just want to say thank you, because I know that I was one of the ones that pushed for this to happen. And I know it was complicated as well. And you all were trying to figure out the behind the scenes of this, to bring it to us. But thank you for the hustle. I know this was a lot of work, and out of 120 expired provisionals, 4 received provisional licenses. So I think, the public, at times has a lot of comments, right? But, we rushed to get this process done. And out of the 120, for whatever reason, these folks could have been completely dormant, not interested anymore, not have the money, not in communication with their HCA folks. But, 4 received provisional licenses and 2 currently deemed complete. So it's still progress. And I'm sure that hopefully those 4 that receive provisional license can move along, move along the process. But thank you to your team.
Definitely. I have to thank everyone involved. Because
I know we drive y'all crazy sometimes when we're like, oh, we want to get this done as commissioners, and can you get it done tomorrow? And the public's on us, but
right.
You guys have a lot on your plate. So thank you for making this happen.
You're welcome. Any other questions? And so just a reminder, the deadline, though, based on the motion placed by the board, was that by December 3rd, the application and the payment for the application complete is received in order to get provisional license. So for the currently, the ones that are 2 that are deemed complete, they did not meet the December 3rd deadline of providing payment because they're either didn't have their background check done or they haven't paid for their background check.
What I would like to, and Director, thank you. You gave me kind of an update on where you were and what the status of these provisionals were. The question that came back was, we have a couple that are so close to, I hate to use the football analogy, they're on the 1 or 2 yard line. They're that close to being able to, receive their provisional approval. What we did not have for at time of posting of the agenda on Tuesday was either, positioning, under new business, a vote on whether the board would want to extend some time to allow some of these folks that are so close to the finish line to get in. But I know that Director has worked with our legal team to put a recommendation forward, and that's what we'll be bringing up under new business, not anticipated, but it is hopefully, for discussion and optional to help. At least the 2 that are currently deemed complete are going through background, and then we hope we'll be able to make their provisional license application payment. So looking at those 2 that are that close, we want to extend some additional time. So we'll talk about that when we get to new business, not.
Okay.
But I do want to thank the director and do want to thank our legal team for, even after the agenda got posted, getting together and trying to come up with a fair and sensible approach to again, supporting these licensees who license out.
And thank you as well, because that was our concern. It was December 12th and, the December 3rd, so kind of we wanted to see where the board wants to go next. So
Another hustle.
But thank you for working on that.
No
I'll
problem.
bring that up.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Don't say no problem. We'll give you
It's a
some
big problem.
Make it sound
No,
really
I
easy.
wasn't saying it wasn't a problem. I mean, just saying no problem that, you wanted to continue the work. We appreciate that.
All right, next slide. Okay, here we have our HC data. As you can see, we are now up to 662 HCAs. And just to remind everyone, I don't know if I've prefaced this in previous presentations, these are just 662 initial HCA applications. So meaning that we are actually reviewing way more than that if we're kicking it back. So, if you're kicking back an HCA, then you got to review it again when it's resubmitted. So this is just 662 is the very first submission of the HCA. For number of models received, we are at 179. So it's nice to see that quite a few municipalities and MEs are utilizing the model. We have 146 compliant models, and we've actually received 70 model waivers. And the total number of compliant HCAs, we are at 371. Now for the towns with compliant HCAs, I believe Commissioner Roy wanted me to kind of clarify a little bit. This doesn't mean that every town that's listed here has a compliant HCA with every whole ME in the town. They're unfortunately not required to do that. They can choose how they contract with each business. All this means is that each town that's on this list has at least one compliant HCA. So they are on this list. Again, we don't have the authority to compel them to enter into compliant HCAs with everybody in the municipality. So it's nice to see that there's an effort for them to enter into compliant HCAs. And we are up to 103, so the number is increasing.
And do you have an idea what that number was last month?
I believe it was in the 90s. Maybe somebody can ping me on the side. I want to say it was 93. I don't want to misspeak. I'm sure somebody will let me know briefly. And
Or at least seeing an increase month to month in terms.
there is an increase for sure. Yeah, there's a,
So-
yeah. I know for sure it was in the 90s somewhere, but I'm not sure if it was 93, 96, something along those lines. Let me see if anybody.
That's still an important jump from last month.
Yeah.
I think that's
Mhm.
important.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to see the number of HCA waivers requested, as well as the number of communities that used our model HCA.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
We have that number right here. Hold on, I pulled up the slides from last month. We got. Okay, last month we had 96.
Okay.
Yeah. All right,
Appreciate the efforts of all those communities. That's great.
great. Next slide, please. So this is showing again just for the initial HCAs. Doesn't mean that there have been only 615 reviews. There, in reality, between second and third reviews, the number's much higher. But for the initial HCA reviews, there were 615. Currently, 47 are under review. Initial host community determination notices, we are at 461. We are still seeing a large incoming extension request. As you can see, we are now at 854. So people are utilizing these extension requests with respect to HCA related matters. We have granted 736 to date, and the average number of days requested seems to stay kind of steady around the 90s, because I believe it was similar or we were around the 90s last month as well. I believe the computer would cooperate, but yeah, so that those are being utilized. Any questions on this slide?
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a question about the extension request granted. Maybe just a little bit on the flip side. For those who are not granted extensions, is there sort of a trend or a theme as to why they are not granted the extension? I know that universe is relatively small in comparison to that larger number, but I wanted to figure out if there was something that's happening.
Typically, it's if we don't receive the payment. So, as a reminder, they apply for the extension and then they have to make the payment in order for the extension to be granted. And sometimes for whatever reason, they won't complete the process. So I don't know if it's a financial strain or what the reason may be.
Okay, and when that occurs, are they able to reapply?
You mean if the extension is denied? Or
if it's denied based on non-payment, like is there still an opportunity?
From my knowledge, yeah, I can check into with the team, but from my understanding, yeah, they can reapply.
Okay, thank you, Olivia.
You're welcome. Before, I think this is my last slide, but I wanted to throw in a quick update on process starting next month regarding renewals. So we are tracking the conditions that, commissioners place every month. And so starting in the new year, we're going to bring to you a list of the ones that have not perhaps met the conditions. So we follow up to see, why, or if they respond or whatnot, and we'll bring them back to the board to let you know, this condition that you might have placed the previous, 2 months hasn't been met, and kind of what you want to do about it. Like, how do you want to proceed?
Questions?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Olivia, I know that in the past, I don't know if you were part of this conversation, but in the past we had conversations around renewal, and thank you to, what we call the renewal team that we kind of put together a few years ago. And thank you, because I think that folks forget the equity mandate when it comes to renewals, and, they add stuff to their provisional licenses and they're excited. And we've talked about this, right? Like, keep it simple, don't write more than what you can handle, right?
Yep.
I think folks get really nervous about the equity mandate. But I think myself, Commissioner Stebbins, I think all of us, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion, we've dibbled and dabbled into renewals to see if we're actually hitting marks on those equity mandates, right? From donations to organizations, from coat drives, from, work in our DEI cities and towns, to everything that licensees, say that they're going to do, and then for whatever reason it doesn't happen, or, so I think that the renewals are very important.
Agreed.
So I guess I don't know if today's the time to hear it, but I'm curious about the process that you all are gonna sort of undertake for that. I heard you say a little bit about it. And then also what I was sort of starting to say was that we had a conversation in the past about, rethinking renewals in general, in terms of, is it a yearly thing, or does it become like, your real estate license, every 2 years, or your I don't know how, I think your driver's license is every year. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, my driver's license is valid, but I'm just saying. So we've had, that conversation. I had it with the prior executive director, with the prior director of licensing. But now that you're bringing up that, it would be interesting to have that larger conversation, because at times there's, 100, 120 renewals, 90 renewals. And I know you all are going through them because you have to, but also because that us as commissioners are going through the conditions. And so, again, I don't know if it's for today and you don't got to get into it, but I would welcome the larger conversation, and also how that is gonna come back to us in terms of so are you saying like, okay, commissioners, you don't have to go into renewals anymore? We're gonna do that,
No.
so just.
Yeah, so just to clarify, this is because of the equity mandate and like it's important to you, it's important to, everybody in the commission. So basically we want to identify the people that are not meeting the conditions that you've placed. And we will bring them to you for you to then decide, how you want to proceed on that license, because, you're putting a condition on the license, and if it's not being met, basically we need to bring it back to you and highlight it for you. Because you're right, like we do want to make sure these equity mandates are being met because they are so important. And
Yeah, and Olivia, it's not just the conditions that we put on them, it's what they put on their
right.
applications. And I know, we've had a lot of these conversations, and at times folks don't think that we're watching, but this is a huge deal that Massachusetts put this equity mandate, in this industry. And I think that, again, you're saying that you guys are going to be looking at the conditions. I'm also saying, let's try to have a conversation about the renewal timeline, because even at times, licensees in a year sometimes don't have the money to make that $5,000 to $10,000 donation that they promised.
Yeah.
Or they haven't had enough staff to do the coat drive and Corey fair that they said they were, and then they're nervous, they're running around, and then we're saying, hey, you're not hitting the equity mandate. So when you're looking at it, I'm just saying, look at it big picture, not just the conditions that we're putting it, but maybe just, again, this is a next year problem.
I agree. We definitely just needs a broader conversation. I would definitely like, CIE to be involved as well. This is something she's very passionate about as well. So definitely CIE.
Oh, chief.
Oh, chief. Sorry. Oh, sorry. We call her the chief. Chief Kamala. Yes, apologies. So yeah, definitely we can have a broader discussion in the upcoming meetings.
Well, one last thing, I'll just put it out there because, I know you guys go back and watch these meetings, but, and I had this conversation 3 years ago with our team. The MTCs also have equity mandates, and, during the renewals at times, we see them, we don't see them.
Yep.
I know that, I think it was Omar, for maybe 2 years was transferring data from paper to, our system. So, when you guys do have that conversation, it would be great to have an update on that.
Yep.
I have not asked in a while because I know the process has taken a while.
I think we're still technically not, it's a long process.
It's a long process, but when we have this conversation again, because the MTCs also do have equity mandates, and, I think sometimes we forget that. So it would be nice to
for sure
bring them to the forefront, in terms of us being able to know what's happening there.
Definitely.
Yeah. So thank you.
And I want to, add to that, Olivia, and I value the time, I have a chance to catch up with the renewal team and walk through the renewals for the month. I think as it relates to equity, whether, even as it relates to required diversity plan, I think we've always encouraged licensees to pivot and adapt, especially after they've been up and operating, and kind of getting a better sense of their host community or the surrounding community or the region that they're operating in. And I think sometimes when we add conditions, it's to kind of ask a licensee to go back and look at what you were doing, see if there's another way. I have a couple of conditions today that are focused on that. Go back and look at what you're doing and see if you can find another way that helps you, continue to be in compliance, but as well as it helps you to continue to support the equity, goals that we have throughout the industry. The other thing I would, add or suggest is, inviting licensees at times of renewal to use those information boxes that you've now included in Mass EIP. So it's easier than reading this tremendously long narrative about what they're doing. It's like you can just plug in some numbers. I was encouraged. There's a renewal. I think a renewal up today who's or a provisional and wants to make a donation to the state's social equity trust fund.
Right.
You know, we need to circle back and make sure that that's something that the state is positioned and ready and available to do. We appreciate that thinking, and credit to you and your team of making that information more easily accessible and easy for as commissioners go through the packet. But I know as we think about whether we go back and try to incorporate some of these leadership rating programs, which are already built into our regulations, what's a great tool to get at that information and see if somebody is in compliance. So all that to say, continued good work. And obviously,
Thank you.
you know, this is something we continue to keep an eye on.
One last question,
Of course.
random, but do we have, I don't think we do. We don't have like a renewal guidance, right? Or something like that.
Not a specific.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Not that we need one or more work, but again, like I dove into renewals for a while, and I have a lot of thoughts around it. So when you guys do start having the conversation next year, like feel free to reach out to me
Okay.
so that I can like get my thoughts out to you all earlier versus at a public
Yeah.
meeting.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thanks for volunteering, Commissioner.
Add to my list.
Um,
I think that's it for me.
is that it?
What's the next slide? Yep, I think now it's Jamie.
Right. Welcome, Jamie.
She's here, but she's in the office, in an office, I see her.
Jamie, come on down and join us. We have plenty of room.
It's an Excel video.
Yeah, there you go.
If you
Come
want
on
me to,
down,
I'd be
Jamie.
happy to.
Yeah.
We can take a 5-minute break. Jamie, if you want to come down and join us, you're welcome to do that. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:20.
All right, thank you. I'll be right there.
You get muted.
Yeah. Yeah, there are, yeah. I mean.
All right. We are reconvening for, first of all, Jamie, welcome.
You got the mute yourself. Lower your volume all the way. No, on your computer, lower your volume all the way.
You gotta push this forward. Yeah, okay. Thank you for having me.
Joining us.
Technical difficulties.
I think we're going to begin with staff recommendations on changes of ownership. Commissioner Concepcion, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I put my camera on so you know I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Before I begin, I just wanted to thank, I think some people have already mentioned, and I'd like to echo the thanks to the constituent services team for all their efforts, but especially with today's open house and well wishes for a very smooth open house for everyone participating. So caregivers, patients, and commission staff involved. And I'd also like to thank everyone on the social consumption working group and everyone that's been involved with helping those licenses come to be realized, and all the other particulars that go alongside of it and all the behind the scenes work that the people don't always see. For changes of ownership, there are 3 changes of ownership and control requests for consideration today. The first licensee is Noble Manna Inc. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Are there any questions on the change of ownership for Noble Manna Inc.? Okay, seeing none, I'll seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Noble Manna Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Next one, time.
The licensee here is RC Retail Amherst LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 4 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Jamie. Any questions on this change of ownership? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the change of ownership of RC Retail Amherst LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Go ahead, Jamie.
The last change of ownership for consideration today is The Botanist Inc. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use and 2 medical marijuana treatment center licenses and are requesting to add 4 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions, concerns about the change of ownership for The Botanist Inc.? Seeing none, I'll seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for The Botanist Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. Okay, staff recommendations on renewals. We're going to take these in a couple of different slates because there are some conditions and There's one renewal that I am recusing myself from, but we need to take a little bit of a different approach because there are just 3 commissioners today. First of all, I'll entertain a motion to approve the slate of renewals licenses number 4 through 6 and 8 through 66. Unless there are conditions on any of the other renewals that I'm not aware of. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the slate of renewals again, numbered 4 through 6 and 8 through 66? Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions, or discussion? Seeing none, do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, we'll come back to 3 licenses that I am proposing conditions on. The first is for 253 Organic, MRR 207029, and license MPR 244250. And I just need to find my proposed conditions. Bear with me. Okay, my proposed conditions on these first 2 licenses are within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal. Reconsider updates to licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K and 935 CMR 500.1034B with respect to goal number 4, their supplier diversity, and contact CCC licensing division with any updates. The proposed second condition is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC licensing division to provide updates to clarify data in licensee's positive impact plan and measuring progress with goal number 2 in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B. Just a quick discussion. 253 Organic has done a great job in terms of meeting their goals with respect to supplier diversity, but I was somewhat surprised to see that they wanted to drop that goal from their diversity plan. And obviously, we do talk about licensees having the flexibility and ability to change their plans. I guess I was a little surprised. That's the first time I've seen somebody drop a goal. Was meeting that goal, obviously, is having an impact. So those are the 2 conditions I am proposing for those 2 licensees. So any comments or questions on those? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve license renewal for 253 Organic LLC, license renewal numbers MRR 207029 and MPR 244250, subject to the conditions proposed by Commissioner Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. The next renewal that I want to propose a condition to is number 7, Bodega Inc. License number MRR 206966. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, consider revision to positive impact plan and hiring goals and strategies to impact disproportionately impacted areas of Boston and Revere in accordance with 935 CMR 500 1034B and provide an update to the CCC licensing division. Just kind of a quick overview. This is operating licensee in Cambridge, obviously very close to 3 DI communities. They've talked about revising their positive impact plan around hiring because of some of those challenges. And I'm merely asking that they go back and review their positive impact plan and consider any outreach to nearby DI communities of Boston and Revere. Let's go ahead, Commissioner.
So this is, and again, when you guys get into renewals, kind of thinking through this, and this has always been, I think, a challenge, but for example, like Bodega Inc., I think I know which one that is, unless there's another name, but they have other sites. And some people have 2 and 3 sites, and their positive impact plan and diversity plans, you know, sometimes they all culminate in one site, you know? So, well, if I'm doing the equity mandate in Boston, then I may not have to do it for my store in Cambridge, you know? And I've seen that throughout the years. So it's also made me thinking about that, right? Folks who, you know, how does that work? You know, so, and we've talked about it a lot, but because we're going to think, you know, start having that conversation, it's something to think about as well. Because they could be small shops, even though a licensee may have 2 or 3 of them, but not enough to probably do their whole positive impact plan and diversity plan. And if you read them, they're usually the same positive impact plan and diversity plan for each location that they have. So just because I'm hearing you, what you're saying, Commissioner Stebbins, and I've seen that challenge a lot.
Commissioner Concepcion, any thoughts or you okay? All right. With that, I would seek a motion to approve the renewal for Bodega Inc. License renewal number MRR 206966, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
A motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Oops. Sorry, moving around to some of my notes. The other renewal here, number 311 Page Boulevard Holding Group LLC, number MRR 207036. I am recusing myself from, but understanding that there are just 3 of us today, what I would suggest is the commission entertain a motion to delegate review and voting authority and vote authority to the Director of License for approval of 311 Page Boulevard Holding Group MRR 207036. So unless there are any questions about that, I'll entertain a motion to delegate review and vote authority to Director of Licensing for 311 Page Boulevard Holding Group LLC, number MRR 207036. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, I think that does it for renewals. All right.
There are 5 provisional licenses for consideration today. The first is Hennep Inc. The proposed location is 164 Grove Street in Franklin. They are seeking a marijuana retailer license and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Bear with me for a second. I know Commissioner Roy has some conditions, but I'm trying to find them.
What are you looking for? The condition just to help Commissioner Stubbs. Because I know he has like 4 screens open right now.
And not enough monitors to do it.
Like it has a commissioner.
You do? You want to just put them into the chat? It'd be fine. Thank you.
Or you just send it to my regular Teams.
Yeah.
There
There we go. All right. Oh, good. All right. Commissioner Roy is proposing conditions on all 5 of our provisional license. Her proposed condition is prior to final licensure, in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1406G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. I think that is the only condition I've received on this one. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license, Hennep Inc., MRN 284387, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion? Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay.
The applicant here is J.O. Worcester, Inc. The proposed location is 142 Southbridge Street in Worcester. They are seeking a marijuana retailer license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Commissioner Roy is proposing the following provisional license condition for Joe Worcester, Inc. MRN 285223, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1406G. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. That's the only provisional license condition I've received. Seeing none others, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license for J.O. Worcester. Is it Joe or J.O.? We'll go with Joe. Okay. Joe Worcester, Inc., MRN 285223, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay.
The next applicant is JTJD LLC. The proposed location is 610 Chelsea Street in Boston. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Commissioner Roy is asked to have the following license condition considered. Again, this is for JTJD LLC MDA 1328 in accordance with 935 CMR 500.146 5A through J. A delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational material available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. That is the only provisional condition, license condition that I received. All right. I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license for JTJD LLC MDA 1328, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay.
The next applicant is Lazy River Products Tewksbury LLC. The proposed location is 553 Main Street, Unit 2 in Tewksbury. They are seeking a marijuana retailer license and receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Commissioner Roy is proposing the attached condition be included with this light provisional licensee. Again, this is for Lazy River Products, Tewksbury LLC, MRN 284805. The proposed condition is prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1406G. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. It's the only proposed condition I received. So with that, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Lazy River Products, Tewksbury LLC, MRN 284805, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Next one.
The applicant here is Green Gold Group, Inc., with a proposed dispensary location of 1140 Thorndike Street in Palmer. They're seeking a medical marijuana treatment center license and receive general review. This is a co-located establishment. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. This is a medical dispensary application. Commissioner Roy has proposed one condition for this license. Green Gold Group, Inc., RMDA 4217. Her proposed condition is prior to final licensure, please ensure full compliance with all patient education material requirements in accordance with 935 CMR 501.1406. Prior to final licensure, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. That's the only proposed license condition I received. If there are no others, I'll seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Green Gold Group, Inc., RMDA 4217, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Those are the provisionals. Okay. Thank you, Director, for sharing those with me. All right.
On to final licenses. There are 3 final license recommendations for the commission's consideration today. Commission staff recommend review and decision on these final licenses, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. There are no conditions on these. I think we can take these as a slate. Do I have a motion to approve the final licenses for Rasta Roots LLC, MR 284000, Reverie 3073 Beverly LLC, MR 282952, and the Grateful Mind LLC, MR 282378. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo? Motion made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote unless there are any other comments or questions. Seeing none. Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, and congrats. It's always a big deal to get to final license.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Congratulations to our final licensees. And I think Rasta Roots was actually here for the social consumption presentation the other day. So appreciate that. All right. Jamie, we're on to RVTs, I believe, right?
RBTs, yes.
Okay.
There are 2 responsible vendor trainer renewals for consideration today. The first is ACTA LLC or ACTA LLC. They are seeking a 2-year recertification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They intend to provide a virtual training environment. Therefore, commission staff recommend commission approval subject to the conditions before you.
Okay. Any questions on the responsible vendor training applications? Okay, seeing none, I think we can do both of these at the same time. Or do we usually take these one at a time?
I believe these are usually one at a time. But
Okay. All right, thank you for that. All right, I will first seek a motion to approve the responsible vendor training applicant ACTA LLC. Application number RVR 453150. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
And do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Next, I'll seek a motion to approve the responsible vendor training for American Safety Council DBA Cannabis Education Center. Responsible vendor training application number RVR 453149. Do I have such motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed.
okay, well, I believe that's it for me, but I just want to congratulate all the licensees that received a license today. Very, very hard earned. It's not an easy road. And thank you to all the commissioners for allowing me to present these past few months. Fortunately, I won't be able to join for a little while yet, but I believe Annie Damari will be here next month, and she's amazing.
Yes. Thank you, Jamie, for joining us.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Appreciate your help and appreciate all your great work. All right.
Thank you.
We'll move into the commission discussion and votes. We're a little short of lunchtime, so you want to tackle a couple of these and we'll see how far we get. Is that okay with you, Commissioner, or do you need a break?
Well, that sounds good.
Okay. All right. First, we have 2 job descriptions. And I believe our acting ED, we're covering these, or no, the first one is our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Mr. Giancola. Welcome, Matt.
Good morning still, Acting Chair and Commissioners. I hope you're all doing well. Before you today is a job description for Senior Manager of Government Affairs and Policy. This position is an effort to continue to build out the department's capacity to be responsive to both Commissioner and staff requests and needs, and also the growing number of inquiries and projects undertaken on behalf of our stakeholders. The Senior Manager will take a leading role in the development and execution of policy research and development, collaborate with teams across the agency to ensure commissioners receive well-developed and rational recommendations, and advise the agency on best practices found in other jurisdictions. Ideally suited for an attorney, the ideal candidate will have a deep working knowledge of state regulations, regulatory policy, and the emerging field of cannabis law. Similarly, the Senior Manager will be a critical asset to state, local, and federal government officials. Though the department is currently small in size, we have some major goals for the years ahead. To be more proactive in developing helpful products for cities and towns, instituting durable on-the-ground events and seminars for state and local officials, and creating best-in-class service to agency leadership. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I'd be very grateful for the approval of this position. Thank you so much. I also defer to this Acting Executive Director Hilton Creek if she has any comments that she would like to make on this, as it is a job description.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. So I think this is a key role for the government affairs team, and one of the areas that I see this will be helpful for us to have this role is that will free Matt's time to spend more time on the Hill, to spend more time with representatives, constituents, than he has been in the past. So I fully support this position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt.
Thank you, Acting Executive Director. Thank you, Director Giancola. You're feeling better as well. I don't know what's going around, but I don't want to catch you
Getting there.
holidays.
Was it me?
Okay. Do my colleagues have any questions on this position?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. And hello, Director Giancola. Always good to see you.
Hello.
I wanted to ask what this would be, how many senior managers exist right now in the department?
In the department, there are none. This would be a new position.
Okay, so this would be the person directly underneath you, but above the existing positions that are already in the department.
That is correct. Yeah, that's how at least we are developing the JD.
Okay, and I know we already have an attorney within that department as well. Are you seeking like external candidates? Are you looking at this as sort of a promotional opportunity, or both? I'm just wondering what the thinking is around it.
I think the initial thinking is to post this internally to see if there's anyone within the agency already that would be interested in undertaking this. Certainly, I'll defer to Human Resources on next steps if we then don't find the final candidate and need to post it externally. But yeah, I'm open to sort of the best practices that HR could advise on that front.
Okay, and then my next question, I see that I have the job description in front of me, and it's clear that they would report to you, but are they a supervisor? Are people reporting to them as well?
Yes, we would leave it open to that individual being having a supervisory role overseeing the policy analysts. In an ideal world, we would be able to use this position to continue to develop the department. Certainly there's budget considerations and there's a lot more approvals that would go along with that, but we really want to begin to build out that capacity for a deep bench within the department.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo, do you have any questions, comments?
I think Commissioner Concepcion asked some of the stuff that I was curious about. The education and experience, this is a must. A law degree is a must.
I'll defer to the to Acting ED on whether it's a requirement. I think we would really prefer someone to have
I see,
an attorney background for the position, though.
I see,
I think it says highly preferred.
Okay.
I see. Or higher education preferred, okay. Yeah, I don't have other questions. Oh, actually, Matt, can you just run through your department staff right now in terms of, or the positions?
Sure. So the department is currently consisting of 2 policy analysts, Jessica Porter and Callie McDonald, and then myself.
Okay. And are there any positions open right now in your department?
There is a vacant position currently, manager of government affairs and policy. In sort of thinking through that position with the acting executive director, we determined that it probably made sense to build that position out a little bit more from where it existed currently. Having some of that deeper background on regulatory policy, cannabis law specifically, we really identified that as a need within the department, and so developed this job description in its place, essentially.
I see. So it's fair to say that the manager of government affairs is sort of vacant but on hold at the same time.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I heard the acting executive director say that this position would free up some of your time to report live from the State House. She didn't say it like that, but I'm saying it. No, but all jokes aside, I think it's important because, you know, there's a lot of work that has been done here and that we continue to do, and having a deeper relationship with our counterparts at the State House is important, especially with the education of the work that we're doing and stuff that's coming down the pipeline. So I'm glad to hear that. And Matt, you have done government affairs for a couple of years here, but also I know you came from the governor's office and have a lot of experience in state government. So I like that in terms of, you know, it freeing up some of your time to, you know, go deeper instead of wider at the State House. So thank you.
No, thank you. And I think that's an apt description, you know, deeper and not necessarily wider. But in addition to the State House, there's also going to be a lot of work with our municipal partners throughout the state.
Correct.
So don't want to necessarily leave them out, because we would like to develop more events, more collaborative work on the ground with our city and town partners throughout the state. So hopefully that frees us up to do that work as well.
Yeah, and good call. Thank you. My apologies. Absolutely. I'm all about municipal government too. So yeah, I put them all under one roof, but absolutely, especially with social consumption and delivery and everything else that's, you know, popping.
Coming down the line, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would echo some of that, Matt, and thanks for coming back and kind of revisiting this position. I know, as you mentioned, there was a manager position. It obviously sounds like you're trying to up the responsibilities and the experience you're looking for, you know, with respect to this position. So first of all, thank you for bringing it back to us. And, you know, to Commissioner Camargo's point, Chapter 180, you know, still involves a lot of cooperation and partnership with our municipalities. You know, social consumption, as we think about the rollout for that, you know, we've talked about creating a municipal working group to help better educate communities on that licensing framework. As Commissioner Camargo has talked about, you know, and we've talked about it here, outreach to no towns in terms of allowing delivery, especially now that we've had, you know, some permanent changes made to the delivery regulations. Part of that is education. You know, we know communities across the Commonwealth have different levels of bandwidth and staffing to address any number of issues. So certainly, you know, us providing somebody who can have those conversations and share information and is completely, familiar with our regulatory structure is helpful. I had two questions. One is under the job description around education and experience. You're saying a law degree from an ABA accredited institution of higher education is preferred, not required, but preferred. But then your next bullet says that person would need to be eligible to admission to practice law in Massachusetts or ability to obtain admission. That kind of third, education and experience, I'm wondering if it needs to be there if you're already stating that a law degree is preferred but not required. Don't know, acting ED or Matt, you could give me some context as to those requirements.
Yeah, that's a good catch. Acting executive director, I don't know if we would want to tweak the language there, or if there is a best practice in HR policy that would recommend keeping that. But
So may I? Acting
of course, go ahead.
So I think we want to keep some of that language. That obviously is an error. However, I think we are looking for someone who's a practitioner, and so I will work with Matt to Director Giancola to revise that. But we are looking for someone who has the skills and who would be considered a practitioner if a preferred degree is not, if we are not lucky enough to get someone with a preferred.
Okay, and again, certainly see, the bullet about a law degree being preferred, and hopefully that opens up a broader range of candidates. But if it's only preferred, the next line is just a little confusing to me and just not necessary if it's needed to be included. The other question might be for you, acting executive director. Do we have the budget to try to fill this position this fiscal year, or are we thinking of filling it with a budget request for FY26?
So I think this is going to be budget neutral.
Okay.
And I can explain that. We do have a manager role open at this point, and Director Giancola had alluded to the fact that we wanted to expand that role. And so it's open. So when we expand that role, that's going to be an internal promotional opportunity, as he also sort of mentioned. And if we can find someone internally, and we think we can, because we do have a lot of talent here, that position will be filled. We're just expanding the role, and then we would be filling, any role that was vacated. So that would go on a backfill,
Okay.
which means that it would be budget neutral.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. All right. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to, it's a question on both positions. But I'll throw it out there for our AED, and maybe if you want to hold off until we're going to the next job description, that's fine. But I noticed that the salary range is the same for both positions. However, one is a senior manager position, the other one is a manager position. One requires an advanced degree, the other one does not. I want to understand how, we have some higher qualifications that are required for the senior manager position, yet the salary range is the same for both positions before us today.
So I can answer that question. So we needed to include a salary range. We don't have that on, we don't have a senior manager position on our salary band right now. And so we are reviewing the salary band. So that salary range for that senior manager may change, but we had to incorporate a salary range, so that may change. So once the position is approved, then we will come back and we will report out on what that salary band will look like before we recruit for the role.
I guess, so how are the salary bands determined? You're saying that it's based on We're saying that there's no
Oh.
senior manager, so we're saying the manager band is what's applied?
Yes, so we don't have a senior manager role right now in our current salary band. The way that, and this is sort of complicated, so it's a little bit hard to explain. The way the salary band was developed was that they took job titles and basically put them in various buckets, right? So you have all managers in a bucket, you have all senior managers in a bucket, you have all chiefs in a bucket, all directors in a bucket. And that's the way it was formulated, and that's what we've been using. However, recently, the CFAO and I had started having conversations about how to really create a salary band that is going to be more conducive to the positions and the ranges that we need. And one of the things, and I can, if I may, acting chair, sort of share, one of a piece of information that came out of the search for the ED, and it's administrative, it's not, anything confidential. But when someone is a manager, it doesn't mean that they're at the same level. A manager of tasks is not the same as a manager of people, because when you have someone in a manager role who is a manager of people, that is a different level and should be a different salary band, because that manager of people is also managing tasks. So the salary band that we have, we really have to look at it very closely. So there will be some revisions in the future. And we right now we do not have a senior manager on that salary band. So we are working on reintroducing a salary band that is going to, be more feasible for the commission. And that's going to take some time. It'll take some work.
And the way things currently exist, we're saying that advanced degrees, other criteria that's satisfied, that's not factored into this?
Yes and no. Yes and no. And this is why the way that we've been hiring, I have, somewhat changed that to take those things into consideration, Commissioner Concepcion, because we have managers, to your point, who may not have a degree, and again, may be a manager of tasks. This is not the way the compensation plan that we have was built. And we also have to take a look at the compensation philosophy for the commission, and that's something that I will be bringing to the commission at some point. So it is not an ideal salary scale for us, and it's very hard for us to just plug in, a position somewhere. But I anticipate that this position with a comprehensive market analysis will be a little bit different than in a manager bucket. But I can't look at just one role, because we have several managers in a manager bucket that, may be different. The job responsibilities may be different. The degree may be different. So the way the market analysis was done was intentional, and I think there's great information. However, when they developed the scale from the analysis, they sort of lost some of those things, the degrees, the number of years experience. And the other thing that we look at in HR is that if someone doesn't have a bachelor's degree and they have 7 or more years of experience, we do an equivalency. We check to make sure that the experience is going to be equivalent to the number of years, to the bachelor's degree. Sometimes 7 years far outweighs a bachelor's degree. And so someone with a bachelor's degree and no experience may not command the same salary as someone without a degree but has 7 years experience. It's really complicated. It takes a lot to sort of, explain it.
I guess I do have a lot of questions, and maybe but the thing that's probably at top of mind is more of a process question, because we're here to approve these positions. I'm assuming it's the position and the job description that we've received that includes the salary. So I'm not quite sure. Debbie, you mentioned that there might be some changes. There may not. I'm just wondering, how does that work under our approval?
Mhm.
Can you restate that question? How does what the changes
How
work
can
under
we,
your approval?
right, so the idea here is to approve the job description that was submitted, including the salary bands. And you mentioned that that's subject to change. So what is the,
the salary band may change for the director role. I'm sorry, the senior manager role. That may change. Again, we didn't have a bucket for that position. And so what we tried to do, we tried to come up with a salary that was close or closely aligned with what we already had on the salary band. So when we actually get to that point, when we get the approval, and again, it may fall within the same range. For that position may fall within the same range. The manager position may fall within the same range, but it may not mean that the manager is going to be paid at that rate as the senior manager. So it's very, very complicated. And complexity of the work is also a part of, what's taken into consideration. So I'm happy to bring this back next month if you want me to go out and do a market analysis and see where this position will fall outside of the salary band that we have right now. I am happy to do that if you're more comfortable with that.
it just sounds like it's incomplete. If I'm being honest, it sounds like we landed somewhere, but it's sort of an unknown factor. So we've landed in a place where, there are higher requirements, a higher standard, a higher position, but because we don't already have that in existence, they are potentially receiving the same as someone who doesn't have to have the same criteria fulfilled.
Yeah, and that's not the way that's not. Remember earlier I said that I am really taking into consideration when we hire individuals into new roles and they fall into those buckets that are restricted. I take into consideration the salary, the educational background, experience, complexity of work. So when I'm applying a salary to a position, I can't just look at those buckets because those buckets they're not accurate. None of it is accurate right now. And so when we're making an offer, we're taking a look at all of those things that you're mentioning, Commissioner Concepcion, so that we're making sure that we're competitive in our offers because we do want talent. We have talent we want to keep as well. So that's all I'm saying. We're not restricted when we're making offers to the salary bands we have right now because they don't work that well for us. And so on an individual basis or on a case-by-case basis, whenever we're hiring for a position, and every position is a case, then we take into consideration some of those other components that you mentioned. And we make an offer based on that.
I guess I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think.
Yeah, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. You bring up some good points for sure. And Debbie, I know that it's probably a little frustrating because you're in the HR, you do this every day. And we're trying to understand what you're putting down for us. I guess for me, I don't know if we're gonna approve these individually or do we go to the next one to sort of hear what this employee relations manager description, looks like and how that plays out.
But I guess my follow-up question to some of what Commissioner Concepcion laid out is, you know, in any, not in any market, but in these roles, would they both start at the salary that we have laid out? Sounds like, is that a no or yes?
No, I mean, you know,
Well, you no, so you're saying no, but I'm saying the starting salary, I think, is 88,000 for both of them, right? So you feel confident that minimum starting salary for both of these roles are appropriate?
I do. I believe the minimum is appropriate. And so remember, I also mentioned our comp philosophy.
Yep.
Right now, our comp philosophy is that on those salary bands is that we hire individuals no higher than the mid-range. So even with the mid, and I do believe that the mid-range, and this is why I kept them in the same bucket, that the mid-range for the other position is going to be very similar for the manager, employee relations manager role. However, the high end of the scale may be higher, but it doesn't mean we're going to hire individuals at the high end. That's the other conundrum here, is that the philosophy is not to hire anyone above the mid-range. So, so the offer for this position could be very well be within, this range. However, the top of the range may be higher and the mid may be a little bit higher, but the offer may possibly be in that range.
I see. I guess for me, just back to my question. Thank you, Debbie. Are we going to do these individually? Or are we going to do them together? I guess that's my question. Because I do have questions about the employee relations manager as well, and how it fits into the bigger picture of the work that we're doing here. But
Sure. Goals and answer. All of us to produce individual.
Okay.
Individually. For me, I might take you up on your offer, acting executive director, if I heard you correctly. I think we've all spoken to the need for the senior manager government affairs position and how vital it is to our work. But I think you put the offer out there to maybe bring this back in January. I'd love to. I don't know if there are other agencies that have senior manager positions. And again, I know you're not just measuring apples and oranges, you're measuring apples, oranges, pears, bananas, everything else. I'd be happy to set this one aside if there is some additional work you want to do on the pay band for the senior manager position and bring it back to us in January. Yes, that's okay. Okay.
Or an earlier meeting if we have an opportunity.
Or an earlier meeting if we have an opportunity.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to the next position.
Acting
Thank
Chair.
you, Matt. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
I just had one more request, because I know we talked about the pay bands. Is there a way to circulate that to the commission so we can actually see what the pay bands are and how they're determined?
I'll look to the acting ED.
Absolutely. I was under the impression that, so you guys don't have this information? The commissioners don't have this information?
If it was given to us, it might have been some time ago. My request is just
okay.
to recirculate that so we have it and it's fresh.
Sure. I think that was 22, late 22 maybe, or early 23. Okay, I can do that.
That'd be helpful. And I appreciate you and I have had lots of conversations on this topic and appreciate all the work that goes into that. And Matt may have jumped already, but thank you, Matt. Feel better.
Thank you very much.
Let's move on to the Human Resources Employee Relations Manager position then.
This one might be a little touchy, and I know you probably have a few questions, but in my opinion, as a CPO, this position is very much needed at this point. So the employee relations manager really would be someone to collaborate with CCC managers and supervisors across the spectrum, really to assist with fostering a positive work environment by managing employee relations issues, addressing workplace issues, and ensuring compliance with employment laws and CC HR policies and procedures. And at some point I will be presenting, just as a side note, I will be presenting on the HR policies that I've been working on. I'm hoping to get them all done by the end of December and into a review process sometime in January, February, and that would include internal and external review with a rollout by the end of March. So the employee relations manager also will work closely with the HR manager, the DEI director, the CPO, the entire HR team, and plays a key role in the development of strategies to promote employee and organizational development, resolve conflicts and grievances, and improve morale. The HR employee relations manager also supports organizational people growth by striving to maintain a healthy workplace environment and build a sustainable culture of respect, collaboration, and cooperation among all teams. This role requires the HR employee relations manager to exercise a high degree of discretion, integrity, and confidentiality. And these are areas that I see here where we need to improve here at the Commission. Just a little bit of a commentary regarding the roles in human resources. Every role in the human resources department is not a role. Every employee in the human resources department has responsibilities for quite a few of the functional areas of HR, meaning we look at benefits, we look at payroll, we look at employee relations, all the functional areas of HR. Every employee has a responsibility to make sure that the group is working as a team and that everyone is cross-trained in some respect, but each will have a primary responsibility. The employee relations manager will have a primary responsibility with a secondary responsibility of supporting the rest of the team. Outside of those areas that are specialized, so for example, with Dr. Chatterjee's work in DEI, the HR team will get involved in some of those activities and that work, but Dr. Chatterjee will drive the development and the implementation and the maintenance of our DEI initiatives. So when you see employee relations manager and you're wondering, what is this person going to do? You know, what if there are no more complaints? In a perfect world, we would have no complaints. As a matter of fact, I would love for the HR team to develop relationships across the spectrum to avoid those complaints. But that is really not reality. We will always have some sort of complaint, whether it's a complaint around, you know, benefits, process, system, whether it's a complaint around salary, you know, we will always, relationships, conflicts, personality issues, you know, we're always going to have that. We're human beings. And while we are professionals and we're mature professionals and we try to talk out our differences, you know, which is kind of where Sudeshna comes in to help us with those hard conversations. Sometimes we don't always get it right. And the other issue that's been an emerging issue since, I would say maybe 2010, since 2010, is the mental health issues and challenges that we're seeing, you know, in the workplace over the past, you know, 10, 15 years. So there are a lot of challenges in HR. We are counselors, we are coaches, we're therapists, just to give you an idea of some of the work that we do in HR. Constantly, we're doing those things. So it's not an easy job for one individual to, you know, to do everything. And that's why each staff member employee in the Human Resources Office has a primary responsibility and a secondary responsibility.
Any comments or questions on this position from my colleagues? Commissioner Concepcion?
Not yet, at least, no.
Okay. All right.
May I, Acting Chair?
Of course.
I just wanted to add that this is a position that we're hoping to get within the FY26 budget. It's not a position that we're looking to fill right now, but we're hoping to fill it in FY26, which is July of 2025.
I know Commissioner Camargo asked this question relative to the government affairs position. Can you just give us a quick rundown of the team and responsibilities? I think you might even have another hiring going on within the CPO's office. Can you just give
the HR team?
Yep.
So we have individuals, 4 employees right now on the team, and I would be 5. So there are 5 of us in the Human Resources Office right now. We have 3 HR generalists. We have Mark Robert. Mark Robert is primarily working with benefits. We have Kyla McKenzie. She primarily works with employee relations issues. We have Wendy. Wendy primarily works with, the recruitment. That's her primary responsibility right now. And this is, by the way, unofficial. I just did this unofficially because we needed to have, some kind of a focus with the team.
Mm-hmm.
And Sudeshna right now is the DEI director, as you know. So those are the 4 positions we have, 3 generalists and 1 director. And we do have the HR manager role that just became, that we had approved a few months ago. We are going to fill that role internally. We did not have any success filling the role externally, so we decided to move it internally as a promotional opportunity. When that position is filled, it will open up the generalist role, which will be a backfill role. One of the things that I could possibly do, but I really don't want to do this because we don't have enough people in human resources right now, would be to try to fill that employee relations manager role now rather than wait, but using that backfill. But I don't want to do that. I would like it to be a budgeted position for FY26. And all of our all of our generalists within the HR structure, they support each other. So again, HR has to be cross-functional, but we need individuals dedicated for certain roles. And this is one of them because this is a critical role for the agency.
My other question just had to do looking at these 2 job postings. Senior manager, government affairs and policy, you look for education and experience. Employee relations manager, you look at qualifications. Is there any difference really with what you're looking for kind of in the posting to use 2 different categories or 2 different headings for that?
Yeah, there are some differences. Human resources is aligned with law practitioners, so to speak. We need human resources professionals who are competent and knowledgeable in employment and labor laws. Because, again, the other complexity to the work that we do in HR is that we have a union. So they need to have you know, a certain number of years experience in all functional areas of HR, you know, or experience in HR with the exposure, because we know if you're working in HR, you are going to do everything that happens in HR.
When you also post obviously a bachelor's degree requirement. Ideal candidate come with a certain bachelor's degree when you're looking out there looking for somebody?
You know, ideal candidate could be somebody who's been in HR for 10 or 15 years. And I can use myself as an example. I have a master's degree in business. I have an MBA. However, I never, I don't need to have like a HR certification, like a PHR or SPHR, because of my number of years experience and my educational background. Whereas someone new coming into the HR field, you know, if they come with a bachelor's degree in business or even human resources management, then we would still look for some exposure or experience within the HR structure, because it is a very complex department, because we work with so many people. You know, it's a difficult job. You know, again, we're counselors, we're coaches, we're therapists, we're listeners, and we do a lot of that in HR.
Commissioner Concepcion, did you have?
I have a couple. I guess my Debbie, you mentioned the HR manager role. Can you tell us what differentiates that role from this role?
The HR manager role is an operational role. The HR manager role is a day-to-day operations position. So, so it's very different. And the employee relations manager gets into, you know, the legal side of HR, you know, working with attorneys, you know, working with senior management. That is very, very different role.
Do you mind expanding on that?
On which one? The employee relations manager role, or?
Just more so on the differences. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that?
Okay, so operational is day-to-day, everything that comes into the human resources office on a day-to-day basis, all of the coordination with the work that goes on in HR, you know, the recruitment, the benefits, the, you know, the operational piece of it. Someone to stay on top of that. One of the issues that I see here and that we have here that we need to change is the timeliness of responses to the staff. Because we don't have enough employees in the HR department, we're constantly, all of us, I even do hands-on work because we don't have enough people for the amount of inquiries that come into the HR office and the amount of work that we have to do with the number of employees that we have. We need an operational manager within the HR structure, and that's what the HR manager does. The boots on the ground to help the flow of traffic, so to speak, to make sure that everything is being directed to the right person, to make sure that, you know, the team is responsive, reports are getting done, compliance is happening. All those things are what the HR manager does. And then again, you know, the primary responsibility for the employee relations manager would be to focus on those relationship issues, the difficulties that we have around complaints and, you know, the legal aspect of protecting the agency, you know, from some of the exposures that we've experienced in the past.
And Debbie, who is the contact person now for employee complaints or conflicts?
The contact person right now, officially and unofficially, because again, you know, I have not solidified what each role, what each employee or each staff member in the department will be doing. We have talked about their primary responsibilities. Right now, that person is Kyla McKenzie. And she has been working with, with the legal team. I shouldn't say the legal team, I should say Casual. She's been working with Casual. She's been working with some commissioners, I believe. So she right now is the primary contact for employee relations issues. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't come through other individuals. Anyone in HR, and again, anyone in HR should be able to facilitate a conversation regarding any inquiries that come through to the human resources team. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it will always come to her. If it comes to me, I'll make a referral. If it comes to, or maybe not make a referral, because I may be able to, resolve the issue quickly when it comes to me. When it goes to Wendy, who is now her primary responsibilities recruitment, she will take the information and she will pass it on to the individual who is best able to handle that. I am actually working with every one of the HR team members on employee relations issues. I get involved in those issues. I provide guidance to them. We meet, we do meetings if we have to. We're conducting a couple investigations right now where we're meeting with individuals of the staff. So I work closely with them on that right now. I need someone to support that part of HR because it's a component that will never go away, and a component that we really need to make sure it's efficient and effective and timely.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for breaking that down. I needed, HR is not, my expertise per se. So I've learned, especially from being here, but I appreciate that breakdown. Thank you.
Understood. You're welcome.
Commissioner Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. In the interest of time, because I know there's a lot on the agenda, and I know, Debbie, that this is a FY26 position. I also know that we have the HR manager position that was posted, like you said, internally, and I think the applications are due in November. So I don't know if applications have already come in for that, if we've already been talking to somebody. I think you said it earlier, maybe an internal. And then also, we have the conversation that we started earlier in terms of bans. And I was just doing a little bit of research, and I know that Governor Healy had put out an executive order around skills-based hiring requirements for executive branch department agency jobs and postings. So maybe something that we can kind of look at if we haven't looked at. But I know that we're going to come back and look at the senior manager position. And this is just for me today, because now that we've had this conversation, and Debbie, you and I had a brief conversation. I was a little sick the other day when we had it. But I think what would be helpful prior to coming into some of these meetings is maybe having, 2 commissioners at a time to sort of have the discussion around some of this stuff, because it is complicated, Debbie, and it is a lot. But for me right now, I don't see we need the position, I'm sure, from what I'm hearing you. I also know that, Shadesha also has, a big role as the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Employee Relations as well, right? So that's also part of her role as well. And like I'm hearing you say it's part of almost everybody's role, but what I'm kind of, I just have a lot more questions, and I want to make sure that because this is an FY26 and I know you want to plan, I feel like we can maybe table it to the next meeting so that we can kind of go back and have more in-depth conversation, because we have an HR specialist, HR manager that applications were due in November. You talked about Kyla being employee relations as well and working on the issues. And then we possibly have this new role. And then I know there's another role that we're talking about as well. So to me, I know it's all needed. I just want to make sure I'm cautious personally myself as one commissioner to vote on something and then it's dormant and then it just comes back later. So I just want to, I feel like I have a lot more questions and I'd rather come back to it maybe before the year's over or right in the beginning of the year. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, and I know there's 3 of us here today, but that's where I'm at with that one.
Great point. I'm anxious to approve this role. As I go back and look at a lot of the performance management, you know, one of those is building out training regimen, legal training, resolution training, team building training. You know, love to see more of that happening with this position, and it seems like that would be part of this position's responsibilities. But you know, acting at ED, I'll ask you, are you okay with having further conversations with commissioners, and we look at this for the January meeting as well? Or before, as you point out.
January's good.
It's a request, so I feel like I have to comply, right?
I'm just
The only
asking for your opinion.
the only
Sure.
thing that I would suggest is that if we can have that conversation sooner rather than later, because I did include it in my budget for FY26. So if it's not going to be approved, I need to know. Because then I would have to take some other course of action in terms of, you know, how I organize my team. But yeah, so, you know, sooner rather than later.
And obviously I'm okay with leaving it. I know we're going to have a presentation on the budget a little bit later. I'm okay with leaving it in there. Want to make sure you're comfortable with getting your questions resolved as to the job description and responsibilities in any conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot in the budget. So I met with our CFO yesterday or before yesterday. There's a lot in the budget that is there, but not approved as well, right? So there's a lot, and I think we'll see it later on today, but I mean, I think everything stays in there for now in the budget, you know?
Got it. All right. I'm going to ask if we can set this aside again. Invite my colleagues. You need to have conversations with our acting ED. Encourage you, as Debbie suggested, sooner rather than later. And we can look at bringing this back at least for the January 9th public meeting, if not before. And we can do by 2x2s. Okay. It is 12:45. I know the next tranche of our discussion and vote section is with respect to the Chapter 180 working group. I'm going to ask, do we need a lunch break?
I think lunch is here.
Okay.
I will say yes.
Okay.
I think Chair Stebbins may have a question.
Go ahead.
Can we back up a little bit? If we can do this, if we could do 2 and 2 with this role, can we do the same thing with the one for government affairs?
Yeah.
Is that a
Of course.
possibility? So we don't have to bring it back for January? Okay,
Well, we still need to bring it back. The
Yeah.
2x2s allow for
yeah,
the questions and
to get
and
the,
hearing some of the follow-up you want to do on the salary band issue on the position. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I always view the 2x2 as a great way to save time for you or save time for any staff in terms of talking with commissioners to kind of give them a rundown. You know, do that, and then we can come back and bring these back for our final vote.
Commissioner Stebbins, our first meeting in January is on the 9th, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's, I mean, right around the corner.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we take a half-hour lunch break, reconvene at 1:15, and we'll jump in that the Chapter 180 group are going to present to us. So, we'll recess until 1:15.
Thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Jones is not here yet.
Commissioner Concepcion, you with us?
I am here.
Welcome. Apparently Mark thinks the prime rib downstairs is pretty good.
You had some?
Is that at Luciano's? Right downstairs?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
No speaking.
No, I don't. No speaking.
All right. We're back. We'll continue under the commission discussion and vote section. The next items are with the help of our Chapter 180 working group or a representative of the Chapter 180 working group, our director of licensing. We have 3 items under this that all require commission vote and approval to adopt them. So why don't we start? We can start wherever you want, but the first item up is the tab A, the community impact fee guidance document.
Hello again. So I am very excited to present these 3 important items, 2 our forms, and 1 is a guidance document. All 3 items are designed to ensure transparency, provide clarity, and assist our licensees and host communities, excuse me. I do want to take a moment to thank everybody that's participating in the Chapter 180, the implementation team. As I said before, this is a commission-wide, initiative. Everybody touches these documents. So, every document that you see in front of you, it's not just one department or one team. It's literally, it cycles across everyone. So it's a tremendous effort goes through getting these in front of you. Regarding the 3 items before you today, we have already coordinated with digital and creative services to ensure these materials are published within the standard time frame following today's vote. Our traditional communications team has prepared a press release, and government affairs and the policy team will be reaching out to municipalities to share the updates. So the first item we have for your review and approval today is the guidance on community impact fees. So this guidance essentially clarifies the regulations and procedures surrounding community impact fees and aims to support applicants, licensees, municipalities in basically understanding and complying with our regulations. The guidance provides detailed framework, including, the purpose and the scope of community impact fees, prohibited provisions that are outlined in our regulations, the submission, certification, and invoicing processes that are involved, the roles and responsibilities of marijuana establishments and MTCs and the commission, and options for dispute resolution, including mediation and court review, as well as payment procedures and addressing non-compliance with host community agreements. So after, now I'll open it up to you if you have any questions or anything you would like to address. I don't know if my mic is working.
Say something.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, now it was not working before.
Commissioner Camargo, do you have anything? Okay. I mean, just real quickly, I read through the document. Obviously, it aligns with what our regulations say. Maybe it puts it a little less legalese. Certainly is a provision here that we are not a licensee or a community's attorney. It's not legal advice. But, from what I read, it sticks to what the new compliance requirements are for the HCA.
You're correct. Yeah.
As you were putting this together, I guess the question I'd want to ask is this a help designed to be a more helpful tool for communities that maybe aren't yes communities yet, or to give them guidance, or is this more for reminder for current yes communities to be able to follow the process and understand what we're looking for and what they're required to have?
I think that's a great question. I think, the intent is to help anyone out there who may consider, who either is a yes community, but perhaps even those that potentially are considering. This is just to outline the process in case community impact fees is something that they would be interested in collecting. So it's really a tool meant for everyone that's interested in ever collecting community impact fees and just making sure, that they are compliant with our regulations.
I didn't have any major questions either. I read through it. It seems very straightforward. I was the private mediation. Obviously, we can't recommend any mediators or anything, so it's not on here as a resource, but where does one find a private mediator?
I mean, that is something that would be up for, the municipality and the ME to look for. We cannot recommend,
Yeah.
specific mediators.
It's more of the city will have access to finding mediators.
Yeah, potentially be up to the parties involved.
Okay. That was my only thing, that was my question.
Good, that means we did a great job if it's
Yeah.
easily understandable and.
Yeah, it was easy. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Having gone through the regs, yes,
Yeah.
and follow this along.
Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion.
I don't have any questions. I read through the guidance, and I agree it's really concise. It's a good way of putting all the complicated information in a way that is easily understandable, at least in my opinion. I know that before I was on leave, I did get a lot of questions around the dispute resolution component. So I think Commissioner Camargo was highlighting that, and the way that you've explained it is very straightforward. So this is great.
Thank you. So I guess now it's up for a vote.
Yep. If there are no other questions, I would seek a motion to approve the guidance on community impact fees as provided for in the board book. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed.
Good.
Next, we will move on to the community impact fee municipal form.
All right, so this second item before you today is the community impact fee municipal form. This form is required by our regulations and serves as an official tool for host communities to document and record fees reasonably related to the operation of a marijuana establishment within their jurisdiction. So while the guidance on community impact fees outlines the broader, requirements, submissions, prohibitions, what have you, the host communities must use this form to submit the fees to the licensees. So all the community impact fees that they accumulate, they need to be reasonably related. They need to be stated on this form before they're submitted to the licensees. The licensees in turn are then required to include this form when submitting their renewal to the commission.
Thank you, Director. I mean, this is a big step forward. I like the concept of this. This is obviously making it one easier for our community, so we don't have communities coming up with their own forms to submit to us, and this is obviously folded into our actual review of these costs. The one question I had is when you get down to the second page where you have essentially the tab or the inventory, you have a column for item number. Can you help me understand what that would refer to?
Basically, essentially, we were conceiving this as if they submit 4 different bills, as I think that'd be the best way to say it. So, number 1, police detail, number 2, I don't know, paint or something. So just kind of enumerating the order of just submissions of total fees they're submitting to us.
Okay. I guess the one question I have is, should we be providing a column to put a date obviously there are strict requirements about what they can be charged and when. You can't go back to something 2 years previous, right? It's all got to be within, the year from the licensee's final license anniversary, right?
Yes, it's after final license. So on the first page, we do have initial invoice period start date and period end date. So, but I do see that there would be utility to add another column for the date for each item that's listed. So we can do that.
I don't know if you're going to turn the graph sideways or whatever to make that fit,
That
but
is not me. I'm not good. I'm not.
no, but
I will break this.
I do only suggest that, if I'm the licensee,
Mhm.
we're getting it like, okay, is the date
Yeah.
within that window? It may help jog somebody's memory.
Definitely.
Wait a minute, when did you do that? Well, we did it back on September
sure.
9th or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's
I
a
invite
great.
you to do that if there's room.
Yeah, I'm sure our magicians can make something work over in the data,
Yeah.
not data, sorry, in communications.
Or squeeze it in item number and date or something, but I hear you on the first page. I'm just wondering, just to give us some more detail. And we might see that the date aligns well with an invoice or
Mhm.
payment the town had to make. Commissioner Concepcion, any questions on this?
I do, and it's similar. Looking at that same chart, I wonder if you can give us an example. The column that says relation to licensee, can you just kind of provide an example of what would go into that that column?
Yeah, that's where they would explain, how it's reasonably related to the licensee's operations. So that's where they would basically, if they charge for police detail for a marijuana establishment X, in that column, they would say we charged because on XYZ dates, something happened or, whatever the issue may be, but they need to explain in there how it's related, because per our regulation is to be directly related to the operations of the marijuana establishment.
So what would be a breakdown of the nexus? That's what we're looking for.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo, any questions?
No, I think this is great. Like, I love the fill-in, very, very practical. This is great. And I know we had a lot of conversation around making sure that this happens. So this is really good.
Thank you.
One other question. So first page, the to and the from, that's to address to the commissioner from XYZ host community.
So no, this would actually be going to the marijuana establishment. So the to would be from the municipality and the from would be to the marijuana establishment. And then the marijuana establishment would be submitting it with us within 30 days of receipt.
Okay. That answers my next question. So if you're a host community that's got 6 licensees, you're doing 6 of these.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Are you good, Commissioner Concepcion? You look like you're thinking. Okay.
No, I'm all set.
Okay.
And just to correct, I think I swapped things. So it's going to the ME from the host community. So the to is it goes the marijuana establishment and from will be host community.
Okay. Again, we need to vote on this municipal form. Again, if there is space, I would encourage you to consider adding, the date of the expense. Might just be easier reference for the community, the licensees and us. But short of that recommendation, I would entertain a motion to approve the community impact fee municipal form as provided in the board packet. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. The next item for from the Chapter 180 Working Group is the Host Community Business Application Standard Evaluation Form.
It's a long one. It's a long title. All right. So as you know, under our regulation, host communities must either create a standard evaluation form or use one provided by the commission to score the components of an aspiring licensee's application. So this form is intended to assist hosts with incorporating equity considerations into their overall evaluation and awarding of host community agreements. While host communities are not obligated to exclusively use our form, they may adopt it directly or use it as a reference when creating their own form. So I'll open it up to you for questions, comments.
Commissioner Camargo?
No, I kind of looked at the thing when I made my comments, but
Basically, one thing I want to highlight on this really quickly is that it's, 25% of the total evaluation score has to be related to equity. So that's something, that's in our regulations, and it's also highlighted in this form. So as you'll see, I believe it's on the last page for the equity metric, as long as the applicant accomplishes one of the A through F, they need to be awarded, they should be awarded 25%. But again, municipalities can make up their own form. This is just an example, but just kind of want to drive home the fact that 25% per our regulations should be for equity.
when folks start using this, they're gonna have comments, like if there's, because we're
Mhm.
sitting here, they're
Right,
sitting here.
Right. Definitely, and this is why, they can use it as a tool to kind of tweak it, because there may be certain criteria outside of the equity that's more important to the specific municipality that they want to assess. So they can definitely, plug and play as long as the equity part is met.
I like the fact that under the license types being sought, you've added social consumption establishment.
Of course.
Great to see the first day that box gets checked. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't. It's clear cut. I think I was thinking through sort of how the metrics were derived, and I think we at one point, and Olivia, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I know we were looking through the EE priority applicant, sort of that criteria, and some of this is based on that.
I think that's correct.
Yeah. It's just jogging my memory seeing it. I don't have any questions. This looks good to me.
Commissioner Camargo, any thoughts? Seeing none, we'll do a vote on this as well. If there are no further comments or questions, I will seek a motion to approve the host community business application standard evaluation form as presented in the board booklet. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any last questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay.
All done. Three.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate having you here. All right, next we will move on to our FY 2026 budget request, and we are happy to be joined by our CFAO, Lisa Schlegel. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Happy to be here and present our FY 26 budget. First slide. Thank you. The first slide shows our budget cycle. We submit our budget request in the fall of each year. The request makes it through the legislature and onto the governor for final approval. We will not receive the amount appropriated until July or August. that our department has worked with all the departments within the commission going back to September to review their needs. So it is a long process where we're making these requests now for something that doesn't happen until next July. It really is early to be making those decisions and understanding the priorities. But we've worked with all the departments to determine what those needs are. Next slide, please. This slide represents the revenue collected by the commission in relation to our funding for the past 3 completed years. The top line in green represents the revenue collected by the commission in relationship to our funding for the past 3 completed years. The top line in green, I think I said that. Top line in green shows the tax revenue for the licenses and fees, penalties and fines collected by the commission. The blue line represents our budget requests, and the black line represents the funding we have received. I would like to note that the collection revenue has been decreasing from FY22 to FY24. This is due in part to surrendered licenses, primarily at the provisional stage, fee waivers for SEP participants, and a change in the renewal of agent fees from 1 year to every 3 years at the same renewal rate, which results in a decreased revenue. The fee structure that we are charged has not changed in recent history with no fee increases. Although FY25 is not included on this slide, as we are less than halfway through the year, we have seen an increase of $800,000 in revenue for the first 5 months of this year in comparison to the same time period as last year. Next slide, please. The Marijuana Regulation Fund consists of all revenue generated from the licensing of marijuana establishments in Massachusetts. Deposits to the fund include the licenses, fees, penalties, and fines collected by the commission, as well as excise tax generated from sales in the cannabis industry. As you can see from this slide, the revenue generated through the work of the commission and the industry it regulates continues to increase year after year, providing the Commonwealth with a significant source of revenue. The Marijuana Regulation Fund supports the budget of the commission, the Cannabis Social Equity Fund, and other state agencies. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the breakdown of our FY26 budget request between maintenance and expansion. The first column represents our current year appropriation of $19.8 million. The second segment shows what our baseline or maintenance requests. In FY25, we requested $22.8 million, which we did not receive, resulting in a $3 million budget shortfall. This resulted in program cutbacks across the departments, including a reduction of funds available to operate the SEP program and the need to stagger new hires throughout the year. The FY26 maintenance request, at an increase of 32% over the amount received in the current year, would allow us to reinstate those internal cuts that were made while addressing the needs for FY26. Commission funding in relation to our budget ask has been declining since FY22, from 97% down to 76% for FY25. The number of licensees continues to grow year after year, requiring additional staffing with increased responsibilities. The current funding is not supporting that growth, nor the mandated requirements for continued research and technical training for SEP applicants. Directives from ANF to include one-time mandatory requests and costs related to the implementation of laws into our maintenance requests contributes to a larger ask for FY26. The Commission is still investing in Chapter 180 and working towards a rollout of social consumption. Funding for these initiatives are both included in our maintenance request. The final segment on this chart represents our expansionary requests, bringing the total FY26 budget up to $30 million. While the Commission staff recognizes that this ask, an increase of 58.8%, is a large increase over prior years, we also recognize that a lot of work still needs to be completed by the Commission. Some work that was scheduled for FY25 needed to be deferred until FY26 due to a lack of funding. Completion of this work is still required, and there is an urgency to complete it. Next slide, please. This slide provides the detail of that $6.3 million increase for maintenance by line. As you can see from the first line, 2.5 million in payroll. We had 6 positions that were frozen in FY25 that we were not able to fill because of the reduced budget. We had staggered hiring, so annualization of those backfilled positions are for a full year in FY26, and we have added COLA and merit increases for staff. The second line, administrative expenses, restores funding across the departments. It also implements some funding for DEI training and increased motor vehicles for our investigators for those new hires. Third line, facilities operational expenses is $187,000. That's increased funding to the badging costs. Consultants, $440,000. Restore funding to deliver on state and commission goals to establish an effective social equity program and to build a research center to support development of commission regulations and policies. Operational services, $1,588,000. We would like to restore public education funding for social income consumption at $1.5 million and increase I&E testing and analytics. IT costs. We have contractual increases on existing software and services that go up every year, including increased licensing software costs. Those account for $1.1 million in our budget. $64,000 is just miscellaneous contractual costs across departments. So again, that's maintenance of $6.3 million. Next slide, please.
Can stop.
Sure.
And ask a question of you. Thank you. So just so I'm reading some of these line items correctly. So operational services, we're asking for restoration and public awareness funding, which we have not gotten for the last couple of years at 1.5. Does that mean that restoring I&E's testing and analytics budget is only $88,000?
It's an increase in maintenance, yes.
Okay. Okay. And our IT costs, I know we have other conversations about our IT systems being able to talk to each other, but the 1.1 is just for increases on the licensing software that we have now.
It's for all our software.
Okay.
The increased cost for contractual increases. Now, our licensing software does come up for renewal. The contract ends in March.
Okay.
So we have built some costs in for either a new system implementation. We don't know what that new contract, it's going to have to go out to procurement.
Right.
As we've seen costs continue to increase. So we have built in, I believe it's 500 to 700,000 increase for a new system or I shouldn't say a new system, but for whatever we end up getting, whether it's going to be upgrades to our current system, but it is going to be a new contract for licensing regardless, whether it's a new vendor, it will go out to procurement. So we're assuming there's going to be some additional costs in there.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. This is really helpful. The badging, I think we talked, was it here on this one that we talked about?
Yep. 187,000, third line.
Third line. Correct. And I know we've talked about this throughout the years, but any update? I think we talked about it recently.
We have looked into going to an electronic badging system. So again, that's what some of that cost is. We will be investigating that. It may have to wait until we get a new system so they do talk to each other.
Yeah.
But our ideal situation, and it would require a regulation change, but our ideal situation is to go to an electronic badging system. It will help the industry. It will help the agents so they don't have to carry around multiple.
And you said that we would need a regulatory change or not legislative, right? Us, so just this.
Regulatory.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good to know. Okay.
Commissioner Concepcion, any questions on the maintenance request detail?
No, not on this slide. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead. Continue, Lisa.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, right here. Perfect. Thank you. Our expansionary requests are just under 4 million. The breakdown of that is again payroll. We have funding requests for 21 new positions in FY 26. This includes 9 positions in I&E and increased staffing in other departments across the commission. And just to be clear, there are about 5 or 6 positions here that are supplemental. So what that means is we already have an approved investigator position. These are additional investigator positions that are included in that. All others would be required for new job descriptions, and those would be approved. The next, and that's 1.8 million for those 21 positions. We did receive over 45 requests for positions in the next year's budget from across all departments. So there is a staffing need. Departments are requesting additional staff to help with the implementation of all the new regulations, as well as the increased licensing costs, HCAs. There's just more responsibilities on every department. So there is an increased need for staffing. Second line, administrative expenses. This is for employee training and professional development. Those were the budget for that was reduced in both FY 24 and FY 25, and we propose allocating an additional 50,000 in the FY 26 to support staff training and professional development. And again, this is expansionary, so this would also work with any new hires, providing them with the training and development. Space rental, $200,000 was included in expansionary for proposed funding for a standards testing lab for I&E. Social equity program of $615,000. This is 4 separate initiatives, one for a resource center and hub, one for e-learning modules, racial and disparity and exclusivity study, and public education and awareness. Operational services, $90,000. So this is additional increased testing analytics. So we've built testing and analytics into both our maintenance and our expansionary. And IT costs of $1.1 million. Again, we have an antiquated IT infrastructure that can no longer support the needs of this industry. IT systems were implemented quickly back in the inception of the commission to meet immediate needs. And what worked for the commission in 2018 may not necessarily work for today. Our long-range needs were not known at that time, and upgrades or implementation are necessary to support the current and future needs of the commission.
Couple of questions on this slide. So the top line payroll, getting back to the conversation we had earlier, funding requested for 21 new positions. That's where our acting ED said the employee relations manager position would count. Okay. Space rental for the standards testing lab. So the 200,000 projected is just to rent space. Does that come with making it operational or providing facilities and equipment? That's just, we want to find the space to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, Commissioner Simmons, question
Go
on
ahead.
that same line.
Yeah.
Does that, have we built that out? So 200,000 for a building, possibly, but have we built it out?
No,
There's nothing but a hold right now and future hope.
again, we're 9 months out.
Yeah. Let me see. I know this budget's tricky.
You have to start somewhere.
Yeah. I know. Thank you.
and did you have something? Okay. The last category, the 1.1, again, we were just talking about our IT systems. Part of that is just keeping up with the licensing costs, but understanding, as you just pointed out, the system's kind of antiquated, built for what was maybe needed 7 years ago. I know there are some frustrations with some of the programs not being able to talk to each other. Are there opportunities, again, help educate me, but obviously sometimes state goes out and does IT bond bills. Any forecast that one of those might be coming along? And if it is, are we even eligible to try to tag on to those type of bills as they move through?
We did research that, and yes, those are opportunities if there happens to be a bill available. For the dollar amounts we're looking at, we have requested with ANF, can we put this through as a separate capital request? Their advice to us was to put it into our maintenance and expansion area at this point.
Okay.
We are having ongoing conversations with them, and we will continue to explore that if something's available for additional funding.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Concepcion, you have any questions? on
Not
this
yet.
slide? Okay. All right, you want to continue?
Okay, thank you. Next, this screen is our budget segmented by expenditure classification code. So this is the way we submit to ANF in Joint Ways and Means. So it's by expenditure classification code. This is the summary of what we've detailed on the previous slides. Our largest expense classification is number one at the top, the payroll, and the last line, IT services. Again, those are where we're seeing the largest increases, as you can see here. The other line of note is JJ, that's the programmatic services that has a large jump. And again, that's because of this public education we're requesting in the 1.5 million. All the others are just somewhat incremental. Again, we've discussed the detail on those, but this is, again, by expenditure classification code. So no questions on that. We can go to the next screen.
Quick question. Sorry, can you go back one? Consultants, those are both inside and outside legal help.
The consultants under this line is what we consider for the social equity
Okay.
initiatives that we're requesting, as well as the research center.
Okay, all right.
Next slide, please. And this is that same request you're looking at, just in a different format. So this one is by department. So you can see, again, payroll is the largest increase, and IT has some major increases there. And at the bottom, just communications, which is our 1.5 million again. So again, same information, just in a different format by our departments within the commission. No questions. Next slide. And again, same quest. This one is by appropriation. So you can see we have the first line is our operations. The second appropriation is the public education, which hasn't been funded. We're hoping to get that funded this year, especially with social consumption. There needs to be an educational component to that. So again, these are all part of our larger request, and that's why you're seeing such a large request this year. The final line is the medical use of marijuana, and you see the expansionary amount 818. Again, that's their portion of those IT infrastructure costs, including updating MMJOS, all built into those IT requests, but just showing where those fall within our appropriations. No questions. Next screen. The growth of the commission over the past few years has outpaced the level of funding appropriated. With this, the commission staff recommends the approval of the following budget requests. This is just a summary by appropriation of that $30 million. Yeah. Next slide.
Commissioner Concepcion, do you have a question on this one?
I do. Lisa, thank you for this. Can you tell us, I know I've asked you, but can you give us the number for FY25 in terms of the
Yes.
request?
The ask. Let me go back to one of the, I think it's the second slide. No. Next one, going forward. Right here, thank you.
Okay.
Our total ask was the 25.9.
Okay, so now this is it's a $5 million increase, essentially,
Just over 4, yes, like 4
just over
point.
4. Okay, okay. And then the breakdown in the needs, I know we were requesting for FY25 based on the new responsibilities under Chapter 180. But I believe there's like some additional responsibilities. I know you mentioned IT, but what are the other things that are new now that have sort of created the necessity for an increase?
Number one, we have to reallocate the funds we didn't get last year. So we're including a lot of that in. A lot of that was deferred, so it didn't go away. We still have those needs, so those are included. It almost just got deferred and pushed down the line a little bit. Aside from that, again, the expansionary requests are the standards lab, the social equity, that's a big one, $615,000 right there for increased cost there. And that's to initiate those programs. Increased testing and analytics and the increased staffing. So that's where you're going to see your largest increase.
And I know with the my brain, it's like the public awareness component. I know a lot of that is tied into the unveiling and the implementation around social consumption as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up to one of Commissioner Colacion's questions. Yeah.
Go ahead, of course.
The social equity program, and I know we talked about this a couple of days ago. Can you just explain the 615 in terms of this year's budget and then how we're there now? Just because the funding for this year hasn't fully been there. Just sort of how you explained it the other day when we met 2 by 2.
The 615 is for new initiatives. There's additional, the way we worked the social equity cohort for this year is, again, it was short. So it was a $300,000 request. We only got 100,000 available for that program. So what we did is worked with EPCO to tailor those contracts so that we have deliverables before June 30th. So the part of the contract is going to be this year, and then it's going to be extended into next year. So the curriculum development will be done by June 30th. So that will use the first 100,000 that we had budgeted this year. And in our maintenance is the additional to complete those projects, or the training of those cohorts. So instead of getting it done by June 30th, part of it will be done by June 30th this year. And I believe it's by December or November, the training is should.
And thank you for that, because when you explained it, we met with the CFO 2 by 2. So we had more in-depth conversation around this. So this is helpful. But I also just want to point out, I know Commissioner Stebbins, you'll be discussing this later on, but I know that next year we plan to have a larger social equity, economic empowerment, equity license conversation as a whole, which also includes programming. And, I think that that's going to be a good opportunity to talk about, I've said this before, what is the shelf life of our social equity program? What does that look like? I know that Celia did an amazing job. I think it was last month or the month before. I'm presenting all the work that the equity program is doing. But I'm looking forward to May to have that larger conversation, to just better understand, what do these equity licenses look like for the future? What does our programming look like for the future? All this stuff evolves, because I think when you see a number like 615 for social equity, there's going to be a lot of questions, because in the past we haven't had a number like that. So I think it's good I'm excited for next year's conversation and, Celia's presentation that happened recently. So thank you.
The $200,000 that we're asking for with getting a lease to secure some testing space. Obviously, you just suggested that means building out equipment needs, probably even staffing needs. Have we been, I'm not opposed to taking a baby step, like let's signal the direction that we want to go in, and it's got to start somewhere. Do we have a sense of kind of looking ahead once we were able to secure a space, kind of what some of the next elements of that would be?
Had those discussions preliminary, but no, we have not built that out. Again, we'd be looking at, and as an independent, we'd ask for all these by line item. We get a bucket of funds, one appropriation, and we need to somewhat reallocate that. It would take time to get the space anyways. We would have to go out to procurement. So again, this isn't going to be available to us July 1.
Right.
If we got the, and then we would have more time, and I believe INE is working on that now. They're working on how we would build something like that. We do have staffing that would be needed. Could they be moved from another area or department and just, but there hasn't been a lot of build out. That INE is, it's on their agenda.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. We have the option of, you know, we can vote to endorse the FY 2026 budget request. We can do that now, which kind of gives us a little bit of a head start in terms of having conversations with lawmakers, having conversations with A&F kind of as we move forward. I don't think there's, Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't actually file our budget request. What's the timing on some of those filing days?
He's filing with Joint Ways and Means in late January.
Okay.
But again, sooner we get this done, we start working with A&F and the legislatures to understand the priorities that we need. But we do not have to have a formal vote to Joint Ways and Means.
Okay. I'll ask my colleagues, do you want to consider a vote today to endorse the budget recommendation? Do we want to tackle this in January?
Acting Chair, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
I just know the timeliness of this. So I think it's in our best interest to vote on it today. You know, there are steps that happen with, you know, House Ways and Means and Senate Ways and Means. The governor's budget will be coming out prior to that, and there are conversations that need to happen with that administration as well. So I believe we should take a vote today so that we don't prolong this any longer.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Camargo, any thoughts? Former treasurer?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I shared this with Lisa the other day, you know, and thank you for the thorough presentation you and Mark did. Was it yesterday or before yesterday? I think it was yesterday. It was yesterday? I feel like it was like a week ago. But, you know, throughout the process, and I know that, you know, we've been in transition and, you know, with you in the new role and Debbie as acting ED, but we've gone in the past and we've been able to see all the requests per departments to better understand the budget. And I think that step was skipped. I think it was, because I don't remember, no, that we go through I don't remember going through every single position until yesterday. Unless Debbie, I see you shaking your head. I could be wrong and maybe I forgot.
If I may.
Of course.
So I think
Your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We haven't really skipped it. I think it comes with the process of somewhat elimination like we did last year.
Yeah.
Where we take a look at the budget and we go back to the treasurer.
Okay.
So it's a
It's coming?
progressive process.
Okay.
So you will get to, because we'll get to take a look at it 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
So we didn't
Okay.
skip it, no.
Okay. I just know that we're throwing everything in this budget. Because we have to start somewhere, and our production cost of the CCC is high. And we're growing. Debbie, I know you said we're at 140 or 144, I think it is, in terms of staff this morning. So I'm glad that we haven't skipped that, because, you know, even the positions, Debbie, that we talked about this morning, or I don't know, an hour ago, in terms of those two positions, right? Those are just two of the 40-something new positions or 20-something new positions that are in the budget, you know? So just thinking through that. But I know that this is timely, and the sooner you have it, the better. So I'm happy to vote on it, as long as we're, you know, we're not skipping pieces of the process to understand the needs of the agency. And I'm glad to see the COLAs and the merits in there as well, the merit increases. I think those are huge for our staff, who does amazing work here. So, but yeah, I'm good to vote.
Yeah. All right. I will entertain a motion for the commission to support the FY 2026 budget request as presented. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you to our treasurer,
Yes.
Commissioner Roy.
She's feeling better, and if she's listening,
Yes.
well done, nice job. I'm going to move around because I know Commissioner Camargo might leave here shortly. There are 2 other items that require votes. The 2 items that I'm sponsoring don't require a vote, just looking for some further information and input. But if you'll allow me to take item number 9 out of order, the administrative order requiring licensees to submit full panel test sample for required compliance testing. Again, Commissioner Roy was the sponsor of this, working with our enforcement team, but if
Tim,
I think I saw enforcement counsel come in the back of the room, if he wants to come up and join us.
he was worried we had no seats for
I
him.
think Olivia is more than happy to give up her spot.
I told him to sit over there, but he's saying it's too much camera. Yeah, I know.
Debbie needs some company.
No one wants to be on camera.
Enforcement counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Acting Chair, Commissioners. So today for consideration, the investigations and enforcement team, the legal team, collaborated on this administrative order that's before you today. I'm happy to kind of provide a brief overview of the contents in here, and then answer any questions that you might have. I do believe that our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Noam Khaleesi Jones, is on available remotely as well, if there are any questions for her. But so just providing a brief overview, this is an administrative order that was directed to staff by the commissioners following our conversation at the last public meeting. This is one piece of an overall strategy to really address lab shopping, and this is primarily focused on ensuring that every test sample that is being sent out for compliance panel testing is being tested by one independent testing lab. So as discussed last month, we have currently how the system is structured. There is an opportunity for licensees to send out partial panels. So in essence, they will send samples from the same product batch to multiple ITLs for distinct testing. So they might send one sample to an independent testing laboratory in order to do their cannabinoid profile testing and pesticide testing, and then they'll send a sample to another lab for microbial analysis, and heavy metals, etc. So what that in effect ends up resulting in is in Metric, our seed to sales system of record, there are times where certain testing results might be a little unclear, or we'll have a placeholder 0 in there that I know our lab testing manager, Genevieve Hall, spoke about last month as well. And this is a way to remove those zeros so that will really just streamline our ability to analyze and review all testing results. So looking through or turning to this administrative order, the initial couple of paragraphs really just establish the commission's authority to act in this area. The second paragraph kind of explicitly states the intent here. So licensed marijuana establishments and medical marijuana treatment centers shall submit one test sample package to a single independent testing laboratory for all compliance testing of adult use marijuana and marijuana products and medical use marijuana and marijuana products in accordance with our regulations and protocols. So getting into the substantive piece here, the commission through its acting executive director is ordering that all licensees will submit marijuana and marijuana product test sample packages for compliance testing to one independent testing laboratory. We also put certain restrictions on the ability of independent testing laboratories to subcontract testing services. So we do recognize that under certain circumstances, there might be a need for the independent testing laboratory. In this administrative order, we've defined it as the originating ITL or independent testing laboratory. So the lab that receives the sample from the licensee. There might be certain circumstances that require them to utilize another ITL or partner with another ITL to complete the required testing in a timely manner. So, for example, we've identified certain hardships that we would consider in terms of facilities, instrumentation, personnel, required consumable materials, or actual or potential conflicts of interest. Just briefly, we've identified kind of broad categories here. I know that we've also identified in this order that we'll be issuing further technical guidance through Metric and perhaps the commission itself to clarify or further detail, add some more detail to some of these pieces. But just for example, like as it relates to the facilities, I know some licenses, you might experience a power outage for an extended period of time. And in order to make sure that the samples are processed in a timely manner, they might need to work with another ITL to perform some of the testing. Or, I mean, we've had instances where licensees' facilities might have a fire or something like that that needs some additional work, and we want to be open or receptive to kind of being flexible with circumstances as they arrive. However, we do want to make sure that this is not overused, and this is still going. All subcontracting is going to be subject to commission approval under these circumstances. Additionally, we are requiring that the originating ITL may only subcontract with one other independent testing laboratory at any given time. This restriction, again, is intended so that we're able to limit the opportunities for licensees to direct subcontracting. That is explicitly prohibited in this administrative order, but just trying to recognize certain areas where there might be opportunities for things that are in conflict with this administrative order to happen. So we wanted to try to think about those alternatives and try to stop them before that actually even happens. The rest of it, so kind of going through, and again, I'm available to answer any questions with the specific details, so I will not go line by line on here. But paragraph number 5 is reiterating or stating what I just said. Licensees shall not direct the originating ITL to subcontract any required testing. So this is really the originating ITL has the power and authority to direct that if they need it, but otherwise our general expectation is that the originating ITL will perform all required compliance testing. We are also limiting the ability of licensees to create multiple test packages from the same source package for compliance testing. We do allow additional package to be made for the purposes of duplicate test samples, which we spoke to recently as well. But in general, there should be one sample taken from these badges. I will note that we are kind of in a broader sense looking at those test sample packages and representative sampling overall. So I would expect some movement in that area in the next couple or several months on that. I know that the team has gone out and looked at those processes too, and we're working towards developing recommendations to improve that process as well. We've heard from the industry, we've heard from consumers, and so I just wanted to note that we hear those, and we're being receptive to those as well and working towards that. The remaining paragraphs on here are really kind of, I'll say, some kind of boilerplate language, essentially reserving the commission's right to take action in terms of any violations of this administrative order, and also just keeping our authority in that area open as well. We have inserted an effective date of April 1st, 2025 at 12 a.m. I think that effective date is kind of the prerogative of the board. As we said last month, we do think there needs to be some lead up time to actually implementing this order. We want to be cognizant of the fact that the industry may have to renegotiate some contracts if licensees have contracts with multiple labs to select their primary lab there. So that is why there is a 3.5-month delay in terms of when this would be effective. That also will give the commission and metric time to publish bulletins so that the industry is aware of how they may comply with this order. And then just turning to the last page of this, there is contact information. So if anybody has any questions, and then we also have a paragraph that just identifies that the commission may amend or revise this order as needed, and that we also will issue further technical bulletins or guidance in coordination with Metric to clarify required processes through the seed to sale system of record. So with that, open to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Camargo, any questions? No. Commissioner Concepcion, any questions?
Yeah, I have no questions.
Okay. Sorry, Tim, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, no problem.
Obviously, we presented this, talked about this last month, as we heard from our listening sessions with the ITLs. They have encouraged and been interested in better communications with the CCC and our team between what we presented last month in this conversation. Are there places, did you get any feedback from that meeting about taking these steps? And if so, any of those ideas or suggestions put forward by the ITLs incorporated into this? Or generally, what kind of feedback did you get from this presentation after the last meeting?
Thank you, Acting Chair. I am not aware specifically of any direct feedback that we've received. I do know that we have meetings that are being coordinated between our Director of Enforcement Training, Armin Enos. I do see that our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement just jumped on camera as well. So I definitely defer to her if she's heard any specific feedback as it relates to this administrative order. But I have not. I do know this was a collaboration between a couple of departments in the agency, though. So I think if there was any feedback, that would have been incorporated into this, but I haven't heard anything specifically.
EIA Jones, welcome. Happy to have you join us. Anything you want to offer?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we did hear right after the public meeting. As a matter of fact, we had one of the CEOs for one of the ITLs speak to us in terms of giving us ideas related to this. We also have seen emails, a few emails that were sent to commissioners relative to this. And then obviously there are some articles that I think WBJ has pretty much put out there related to this. So what we want to say is that point of clarification is to ensure that they understand that this is one of many steps to address many of the concerns that have been raised by constituents and also by ITLs as well. And then secondly, the other thing is that there is a meeting that's been scheduled for January 13th with the ITLs that will be held by our Director of Enforcement Training. And this is going to be more of an ongoing conversation, ongoing dialogue between the ITLs and the commission. And so also to the commissioners are welcome to join. And I believe you did mention here today that Commissioner Concepcion will also be joining those meetings as well, whenever possible. So far we have, in a way, within this administrative order, we've incorporated some of the concerns that have been raised either by constituents, also even by ITLs, especially the one relative to, the zeros. In most of the times, it's been very difficult for many, when it comes to data, when it comes to analyzing that, what that even means. So we have incorporated some of the feedback, but then again, it's one of many steps. There are so many things that we're doing behind the scenes. And the ITLs, as a matter of fact, when they start having conversations with our Director of Enforcement Training, they'll be able to get more information in terms of, where we're headed. And then whatever feedback that they provide, we'll be able to incorporate that, whether through, policy changes that we'll be able to present to the commissioners or regulatory changes. And then also for our protocols as well, there's some conversations that the ITLs have already started bringing up related to standardization, this, related to, our protocols and things that we can tweak or amend. So this is one of many steps.
Thank you, Chief Jones. Enforcement Council.
And thank you, Acting Chair. And thank you, Chief Jones, for bringing this up. And I didn't just get a ping as well. We did receive the letter from one of the labs. I know we received a couple of other emails. The reason I didn't think of those immediately is because they weren't solely related to this administrative order. They incorporated kind of feedback in terms of other areas as well. But as Chief Jones said, to the extent that that feedback was related to the administrative order, we did try to incorporate those where we felt that was appropriate.
Commissioner? No?
I have a quick question. Sorry, Chief
Go
Jones. Can you repeat that date again? You said January, what was it?
January 13th.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, you're welcome.
You are seeking a motion today for the board to give permission to the acting executive director to execute the administrative order. And I think you're also looking for our feedback on the effective date, which you have proposed as April 1st, 2025, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Acting Chair. And I think April 1st, 2025, I think would be the earliest effective date that we would recommend. But if the board wanted to push it back later, I think that's up to the discretion of the board. And I would definitely defer to our friends in the legal department if you wanted any specific advice on that as well.
Okay. All right. I would be curious kind of as we go along, you come back anytime you want to be on the agenda to give us updates as to compliance with the administrative order, or as we're approaching the deadline, any feedback you might continue to receive, especially with the meeting coming up on the 13th. Any other final questions? If not, I will entertain a motion to request that the acting executive director sign off on the ITL administrative order as included in the packet, and confirming the date of April 1st, 2025 at 12 a.m. is to when the administrative order shall take effect. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. Thank you, Enforcement Council. Thanks, Chief Jones. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I hope we did you justice in having this presented in your absence, but again, we're hoping you're going to feel better soon. I would like to, if I can, oh, excuse me, give me a moment. Again, there's one other item that I want to make sure we address, and this is somewhat taking out of order, again, some new business not anticipated at time of posting. I don't know if our licensing director is still with us, but I would invite her back up. I know, the big pole on the wall, everybody seems to sit behind that. So obviously this is, again, when we posted the agenda on Monday, we hadn't fully thought through a solution or answered the question as to, again, part of the Director of Licensing's earlier report or update on the outstanding provisional license applicants. As we saw, there are two that are, again, close to the goal line. I wanted to invite my colleagues to consider adopting the motion, which would move the extension date out to, just a suggestion is January 13th, which would allow any of those grant applicants who have achieved application complete and now are just looking for additional time to complete their background checks and obtain the provisional license, which I also assume would be paying that provisional license fee.
What, sorry?
Paying the provisional license fee at the end of it.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, that's kind of a decision for us to make, but we know the population is potentially two more applicants, again, who have been deemed application complete and just doing the background checks. And subsequent to that, we would give Chief Jones the authority to approve them. But we're trying to bring folks back into compliance and know that they've been on a pretty long road to get to this point. So open it up for conversation. Commissioner Camargo?
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Concepcion, any thoughts or questions?
No, I'm okay with that as well.
Okay. Then I would seek a motion to move that grant applicants or applicants who have achieved application complete status pursuant to our October 2nd, 2024 order receive an additional 30 days in which to complete their background checks and obtain a provisional license. If the license applicant complies with all requirements of 935 CMR 500 or 935 CMR 501, no later than January 13th, 2025, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement shall issue a provisional license. Do I have such motion, Commissioner Camargo? Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you, Director. Okay. We will now go back to item 7, which is the draft 2025 public meeting schedule. We can put that calendar up.
I have a comment when you're ready.
Okay. Want to see the calendar first or comment before that? Oh, you have it up.
Yeah, get it over here.
Right. I want to make a couple of just.
There's no slide with the calendar.
Ooh.
Well, folks can find it on our website on our
board package,
See if we can pull it up for a minute.
board book. Yeah.
My apologies. For those that have seen the board packet, and again, you can access it and see what we're seeing. We have not usually, we've always discussed a proposed 2025, proposed year calendar coming up. Obviously, we have, and this isn't up for a vote. I'm merely entertaining this. Is currently having the opportunity to serve as acting chair, just kind of beginning to plan out our next year, 2025. We'll obviously continue to stick with a second Thursday of the month, regular public business public meeting. You'll see in the calendar, I want to add some additional dates that one would allow us to continue our quarterly listening sessions. These started off primarily revolving around the issue of island transportation last year. We had a second quarterly listening session with respect to our outdoor cultivators. We've had another quarterly listening session with respect to our independent testing labs. I'd like to see us kind of continue that work. I'll be proposing a February date for the commission to hold a listening session for the CCC to hear from all interested stakeholders of our medical program. This is patients, this is physicians, this is our MTCs, and have as part of that discussion the question of deverticalization. I know the last time we spoke, Commissioner Concepcion raised this as an issue we all need to finally draw some resolution to. I strongly feel having a listening session again with patients, physicians, our MTCs. I think there are a number of concerns across our medical program, access for patients, patient enrollment numbers, among other topics. I've asked Commissioner Camargo if she wanted to lead on the organization of this session. I've blocked out a second quarterly session a little bit later in the year with respect to our social equity efforts. Again, open to solidifying that as a topic matter, but also looking ahead to the third and fourth quarter of 2025 with respect to listening sessions, no topics assigned. We've also at times talked about, doing more regional industry meetings with all license type stakeholders, municipalities, anybody who's interested in meeting with us. So I put that out for discussion and feedback. Secondly, I want to start adding some dates for us to take time to discuss policy. Initially, from our recent discussion with respect to delivery regulations, we got a lot of interest in the hearing from transporters. There are not a large number of licensees in the transporter space. I'd welcome kind of our first policy meeting in January to bring them in and have a conversation. I know some other topics might get teed up for that time as well. But I want to set aside time for our discussions around policy. And sometimes I always feel like we're running out of time when we try to add it to one of our current monthly business meetings. Certainly, if we do not see anything teed up or ready for discussion, we certainly don't need to still have those. But I want to make sure as we look ahead to the calendar that we start to block out some time for us to have those conversations. I'll also continue to look and work with the acting ED in our licensing division. I'd love to see if there are months where we may forego a meeting if we can make sure all renewals and license approvals can be taken care of. Thinking of the month of August, when generally a lot of people want to get away and spend time with their families on vacation. We obviously have the ability to schedule meetings to tackle other items of business. As you'll see from the agenda, they'll be posted for our meeting coming up on Tuesday. We're going to have, I extended an invitation to licensing to add any changes of ownership or other license applications. to kind of help move people through. They might have just missed our cutoff for today's meeting, but hopefully affording the opportunity not to wait until the next January meeting. I've certainly invite licensing to provide any applications or changes of ownerships they'd like to have go through. So trying that out in terms of our meetings going forward, but again, sorry that we didn't include the draft public meeting schedule in the slides, but that's just my thinking with respect to our calendar for next year. I don't know if anybody wants to add any thoughts or comments, but
Yeah.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, for the, oh, wow, this is loud. For the, for what, I know this is preliminary, but for the May one that we have, it says, I think it's social equity listening session. I'm sure we'll talk before then, but I said this last meeting, I think I went on a rant a little bit, but I talked about the economic empowerment universe and those 127 or 25 licenses that were, not licenses, but designations that were given out. But also the number of economic empowerment, what we call applicants. I think we should change the name. Some of them are no longer applicants or licensees. But also just thinking about that license type. There's a lot of requisites for that license type, and it would be nice to kind of just revisit it. So I guess my thought is for that meeting, Commissioner Stebbins, I think you're going to be leading that, is just to maybe do some homework before that with folks in the industry that are economic empowerment applicants that are open. And I think we'll see more of them open now with social consumption, but I think that there's a lot in the economic empowerment bucket that we haven't discussed, and I think the same thing with the social equity. We've done a lot for the social equity, specifically SCP program. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. I guess my point is start now in having those conversations. And I know it's labeled social equity, but I may even recommend to add on there, economic empowerment as well. Because I think, there's folks who have social equity designation, and then there's folks who have economic empowerment. And it's almost two different things at times when you look at the reg. So I don't know, maybe talk to our director, Celia, and see if there needs to be like 2 listening sessions, one for economic empowerment and one for, the social equity universe, but because we're planning and it's early, and to our CFO's point earlier, we got to start somewhere. So this is good, but no, I appreciate it, and the listening sessions are great.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
I think I'm thinking it through. What you outlined, it makes sense. It makes sense. I've been a huge proponent of doing the listening sessions and getting in front of people. And by the time we're here, by in August and some of those other months, I can definitely be more active in person. So I guess what I was wondering is there more room, let's say, if there's something that comes up that I would like to suggest, but it's not until the beginning of next year, do we have that space?
To answer your question, yes.
Okay.
I think we've been pretty busy the last couple of months. Some of those have been driven by work we wanted to get done. Some of those have been driven by other factors. So, happy to work with you, happy to work with any commissioner. If there's specific meetings that we want to have on specific topics, I think we should try to do that. And again, we just need, the pesky 48-hour posting notice ahead of time. But
I know.
no, I know you were a big architect of the listening session we had on Martha's Vineyard, the listening session with the outdoor cultivators, and Commissioner Roy took the lead on the one with the ITLs. I find them really helpful. I always have, I don't want to say nuggets that I take away, but certainly, building out a list of the bigger issues as well as what we might categorize as the low-hanging fruit and some of the changes that we should give some more thought to changing. So certainly amenable to that. I just wanted to, knowing that some of these things take time and a little bit of planning, let's start to make sure we build those into the calendar. But as other topics or issues come up or anything else we want to meet on, I'm certainly open to that.
That makes sense. I think that the other point before I forget it is just my own feeling, and I know you are the acting chair and you can kind of determine how things go and where things are. But it's a great opportunity to kind of go throughout the Commonwealth as well. Depending on what the subject matter is, it would just be nice to kind of touch on different communities and be seen in different communities as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, when I'm thinking of the listening sessions, because we talked about it, I know there's probably a lot more about the industry in the South Coast or the North Shore that I haven't gotten to yet. And I'm more than anxious to look for those opportunities to not be driven by a specific issue or a specific license type, but to be driven by, let's go see how the region is doing with respect to the industry.
Right. I agree.
And can I just add to Commissioner Concepcion? And I know we got to check in and catch up, but the outdoor cultivators conversation was really well attended. I know you know this, and we had a great conversation. And I had said this in a prior meeting that these listening sessions are great. But we also have to come back, and I'm talking to both, to all of the commissioners, right? We got to come back and figure out what do we do with all that information and how do we divvy up the work? And, then how do we make those regulatory changes that need to happen? But then it takes so much, obviously, time and cost and staff power. I know that I assume that everyone's talking to Andrew, our chief of staff, about goals for 2025. If he hasn't reached out, I'm sure he is, because he reached out to me. And I know Debbie and I had the conversation, but I've said this since I got here, and I think we're going into our 5th year. At least I'm going into my 5th year. Commissioner Stebbins, you are as well. Is that same?
Concepcion's right.
Concepcion, you're going into your 5th year. Congratulations, we've made it to our 5th year. That it's been very difficult to have one umbrella strategic plan for the commission. And I think that we've gotten better at it every year. But now that we're going into, 2025, we're going into our 5th year, is thinking about the conversation we're going to have with Andrew in terms of what are we looking, what are our goals, with a future, executive director role. How do we line all that up? Plus all these listening sessions, how do the listening sessions line up with our goals, the ED goals, and then the industry goals, right? It's like a big picture, and it's frustrating because there's so much work to do in this place, but not enough time or manpower or money.
Just talked about resources.
Yeah, resources on top of all the other stuff we got going on. But I'm just saying that out loud because we have some of these listening sessions now kind of, on there. Does that mean that, from there, we then work on regulatory changes for those listening sessions? Because the outdoor cultivator listening session, I met with our team internally. I asked them, what did they hear? What did they see? There's a lot of overlapping with labs. But I don't want to just leave that as, oh, we had a listening session,
right.
So it's like, okay, so now what do we do about, outdoor cultivators and things like that? So, I'm saying it out loud, but I think we need to kind of put our heads together to figure out, what does that look like for, for next year?
It's a good point. And to the main point I hear you making is, don't want the listening sessions just to be listening sessions and there's no follow-up or people will stop showing up.
Yeah.
But I there were things I start to take away from each of the listening sessions and trying to think, how can I pool that conversation? You know, we just talked about badging.
Right.
I want to find a simpler solution to badging that you work for one licensee, you don't have 4 lanyards. I took one of the not one, but one of the takeaways from the outdoor cultivator listening session was the fact that sometimes they don't need people full time and they'd like to borrow from another cultivator, right, to help help cultivate that current crop. So it gets me start thinking about, okay, badging industry wide,
Right.
and then how do we dive down and kind of help badging work for other parts of the industry?
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's the way I'm approaching it and kind of looking at it in that space. But
Yeah, I
I
mean,
hear you when it comes to what are the takeaways and what are the things we think we need to address?
Yeah.
Because I think there is an interest out there for us to look at the regs. What are the ones that need to be modernized? Here we are 7 years in.
I know we have
Also understanding, as you pointed out, assets,
yeah, absolutely.
staff, resources, bandwidth.
Yeah.
We don't want to overwhelm everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll just say this because I know we have other stuff to cover, but I think Commissioner Stebbins, you've been working with me for a while now in terms of social consumption. So I think you know how my brain functions, and I'm a big.
No, I don't.
I'm like
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I'm like a big picture person, right? Big visual, and I map things out, and then I just, I tackle them till I'm done, So I think that's when I look at all these issues, I'm like, how do we get all this stuff done? But in any case, yes, I'll leave it at that for right now. But I love the schedule for next year. Yeah.
Commissioner Concepcion, again, wasn't anticipating taking a vote, but for planning purposes, putting out a draft schedule so people can begin to build out their calendar for next year. But any other thoughts?
I just like this. I thank you for, thinking through presenting this prior to the year and kind of giving us an outline of what to anticipate. So just thank you. This is good.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks to my colleagues, greatly appreciate all the collaboration. And, as Commissioner Camargo, as you pointed out, there's no shortage of work out here for us as commissioners or our entire team. So one final item to get to, and again, this isn't up for a vote. It's merely to present more of a draft of the conversation we started last month around a legislative impact working group. In your board packet, you had what is still a draft, but short of fixing some small typos, and maybe thinking a little bit more about the roster of the people in the working group. I wanted to share that with both of you. Obviously, it still needs to go through the working group charter process of being presented to the AD. But hopefully, answering some of the questions you had from last time, giving a working group a chance to convene as a team, look at what might get filed in the legislative session, work with all commissioners to figure out what legislative priorities might have been missed in what was filed, as well as kind of collectively coming together as a working group, 2 commissioners, assessing what we might want to weigh in on, where we want to have a unified voice, and obviously bringing that back to the commission for full support endorsement. And doing this as we, again, kind of kick off a new legislative cycle. And then the intention is, if we think this is successful and we've shown it's helpful to be involved in the process, not only reacting to what's put out there because of our subject matter expertise, or where there are things we want to promote that maybe weren't incorporated in some of the filings, kind of have that work coordinated in a working group setting. And at the same time, if we think it's a success, teeing it up for future legislative years and then inviting two new commissioners to kind of jump into that work. But that's more of a quick synopsis of the draft charter that's in front of you, because I felt that way it was
Yeah, it's great.
maybe answering some of the questions better than I did at the last meeting. Go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, yeah. Commissioner Stubbins, if we're gonna get into a quick discussion on this, can we take a 5-10 minute break since we've been going since 1:15?
Sure. I know you have to leave.
Well, I'm gonna go to the restroom and then I'm gonna get on the call and then I'm gonna get on,
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get on the call for the meeting, but
All right.
I.
Commissioner, are you okay with a 5-minute break?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. All right. We'll come back at 3:00.
Okay, thank
Mhm.
you.
Commissioner Camargo, you hear us okay?
You mute yourself.
No.
I think you're muted. I can hear you. So.
Yeah, just seeing if Commissioner Camargo can hear us.
Mhm.
He's on mute. You're gonna try to unmute her?
Yeah. Gonna mute yourself.
Yeah. Commissioner Camargo, if you can hear us, you gotta unmute yourself. Commissioner Camargo, do you have a chance to unmute yourself? Oh, dropped off.
She's getting a little.
For a second to see if she can reconnect. Here she is. Hi, Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you want to come back from our break and offer your thoughts?
Me first?
Yep. You said you were ready to go, but you just needed a 5-minute break.
I like that.
Gonna hold you to that.
Okay. Oh, you got me, Commissioner Stebbins. Well, first of all, thank you for putting the charter together. I think it was very helpful since our last conversation that you brought this up. And your introduction right now was very helpful. So I don't have too many questions just right now, but maybe if we get into the conversation, I may, but I get it. I understand the purpose of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Concepcion?
Okay, I just had to make sure I unmuted myself. The charter was really helpful. I did highlight one portion of the outline, the purpose of the charter group that I had questions on. And
Okay.
that line says that the working group will also coordinate with commissioners who sponsor topics for legislative and executive branch outreach to provide any needed research in support of their initiative in which the working group input would be supportive. And I think this is, I had flagged this as a concern when we were first discussing it, because I did not understand how that would work under the open meeting law in a working group that consists of 2 commissioners.
Yeah, great question. Obviously, always keeping the open meeting law. I would envision this where staff, especially our Director of Government Affairs, might have the opportunity to sit down with commissioners. We might certainly build this into a public meeting if there were issues that wanted to be brought up for the working group to consider, but certainly you raise a great point and certainly want to find a way to allow commissioners to raise issues or topics for the working group to pursue, again, but doing it all within the confines of the open meeting law. So your point is well taken. Again, this is a draft of the working group charter, we can certainly go back and incorporate some of these concerns into the final version before we submit it.
And I see Matt is saying something. What was the intention? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it the right way.
Yeah, I'll invite Matt to jump in, but I will tell you my purpose on making sure we had it in there is that commissioners that weren't involved with the working group didn't feel like they were being put in a position where they couldn't bring issues forward that maybe the working group wasn't considering. So not to stifle any commissioner from wanting to raise an issue as we have in the past. Not saying let me clarify that. We haven't stifled commissioners from raising issues in the past. Commissioners have always felt able to bring issues forward under the legislative and executive branch outreach strategy, Commissioner, that you created. It's to make sure that it isn't necessarily just the work of this working group. Commissioners are still involved and can still raise topics for the working group to do some work on, again, as long as we're in compliance with the open meeting law.
See,
Does that answer the question?
I understand, kind of, but it's already included in the out of scope portion. So they sort of contradict each other. There's an out of scope portion that is helpful that says that individual commissioners' requests of the Government Affairs and Policy Department are not impacted by this. But I guess the way that I read it, there's a rub.
Okay. We can certainly work to address that rub, knowing what we want to include and what we're saying is out of scope. I can appreciate your point that there's some tension there and we can correct that. Okay. Matt, you turn your camera on. Do you want to offer any thoughts?
Yeah, just to say that, Mr. Chairman, I generally agree with that. I think there is a way to sort of square that circle, which is to say that there may be situations where a commissioner would find benefit from having the input from other commission departments that are part of this working group, having their feedback as part of an idea that they're developing for potential outreach discussion at a public meeting. The commissioner certainly would not be required to utilize that working group, though. They could utilize the system that we currently have where they work directly with the Government Affairs and Policy Department. And then when it comes to the out of scope piece, I also do want to make sure that it's clear that this working group would have no say on whether or not a topic would be brought before a public meeting. That would be ultimately between the commissioners, between the acting chair who has the ability to set the agenda. And so that aspect would not be impacted by the working group in any work that we would do there.
Commissioner Stebbins, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Wait a minute, Commissioner Concepcion.
I think I'm still a little I guess my original question. So in order to have, I guess I'm not completely understanding it. Because the idea here is that if we wanted to use the working group for research in support of our initiatives, we could do so, but it has to be in public. We have to have I guess I'm a little confused about that component because
I only mentioned the public component. Again, we want to be in compliance with the open meeting law. So if the discussion needed to happen in public first, we could do that. And it could be a task of the working group to go back and conduct some additional outreach or research on.
But then the sponsoring commissioner, who is not a part of the working group, would not be privy to that information until, after it's completed. Like, how do you develop that or gather that input from the sponsoring commissioner?
Gather that input, again, we want to do it compliant with the open meeting law, gather that information, have that conversation at a public meeting, and it kind of directs the working group to go back and look at it. And then obviously anything that the working group wants to recommend for commission endorsement would have to come back to the public meeting according to the outreach strategy that we have now.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is the sponsoring commissioner would have, they wouldn't be able to be a part of that research and development portion of the process.
That work, as we envision it, would be done by the working group. With some
Right.
direction.
That's exactly
right.
what I'm highlighting.
Yep.
It would be done by the working group and not by the sponsoring commissioner.
Right. If the sponsoring commissioner wants to have the working group do the work, I think what Matt may be alluding to is that if the commissioner wants to research a topic and do it on their own and bring it up to back to the full commission for consideration, they still have the avenue to do that as well. It's like if, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, if I'm not a member of the working group, I want to talk about a matter, I can ask the working group to do some work on that, and hopefully I'll see it back at the end of the day when it comes back for a public meeting, discussion and vote. Or, as we're saying, you know, a commissioner can sponsor a topic and isn't precluded from doing that and bringing it in front of a public meeting kind of as a first step.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you use a scenario, like an actual case scenario?
Sure. So
Like, kind of
again,
what?
you know, two scenarios. I'm not a commissioner working on the working group. I want to bring an issue up. Again, we'll do this within the compliance with the open meeting law. I may raise it as a topic at a public meeting and just say, I'm really asking the working group for their help to research this, dive into this issue a little bit more on my behalf, and hopefully bring back a recommendation. Or the other avenue is, I'm focused on this issue. I've done a lot of the research myself, and I want to approach it as I'm going to bring it before the full commission for consideration and vote. So it's providing, I see it as providing two options for a commissioner if there's an issue or a topic that they want to raise. Matt, I don't know if you want to add to my example or whether that was helpful or not,
Yeah.
but that's the way I'm
No, yeah, I think just because of the open meeting law, I think that is the two pathways. Those are the two pathways that a potential topic or sponsoring commissioner could take.
Okay. I do have a couple questions and I guess comments, because
Go ahead.
this is sort of, it's the existing policy, but reversed. The way that we've done this is we utilize, you know, the resources, you know, Matt and his team, whoever else might be helpful in developing that research and then going and presenting that information to the commission. I think my concerns are still there because it sounds like what you just said, the two options are you either do the work yourself or you go through the working group. And if the working group is doing an analysis on a recommendation and it has two other commissioners, I have to go through two commissioners to evaluate whether something that's a priority of mine is something that should be advocated without me being a part of that development and conversation.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, in my mind, those are the two options available to you. Understanding that the working group is also going to be focused on doing an assessment of bills that are filed, bills that didn't get filed.
I understand that piece. This is
building
the,
out
I
that
highlighted
piece.
the piece that I'm concerned
Yep.
about.
Yep, no, I understand, I hear you. Let me think about that. I will jump to Commissioner Camargo if she had other thoughts.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing Commissioner Concepcion, and I'm having similar thoughts. I just want to make sure that we've incorporated our current way that we bring up regulatory issues to the commission, which is a process that we had developed. So, and, you know, I mean, is there a topic that I want to sponsor but may not have the time to work on it? And can give it to the working group to then come back and give a recommendation? Okay, that's okay. But if there's a topic that I want to be a part of, then, you know, it's going to be interesting how to work with the working group, especially around the open meeting law. So, and Commissioner Stebbins, are you looking to vote on this today?
No, I mean, what you see in front of you is a draft charter of the working group. So
Okay.
this is going to follow the normal working group charter process because, you know, through the AED to sign off on. Again, you know, we're getting into a new legislative session. And I think Commissioner Camargo, you might have, you know, mentioned a regulatory issue you want to work on. This isn't related to any regulatory issues. This is only related to legislative issues. But
Right.
I'm definitely appreciating the points of how can we be strategic about our work, strategic about viewing legislation, strategic about thinking of legislation that might not have gotten filed that we have a personal and, you know, a professional interest in coordinating that work and doing it within the confines of the open meeting law. So I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, because, you know, I used to do a lot of regulatory analysis at my prior job. And, you know, it was a group of, you know, 3 of us, and we would sit there and go through every single regulatory, you know, every bill that, not regulatory, but legislative, every bill that has been filed, that hasn't been filed, you know, that was sent to committee, right? So I see a part of that being very useful with this working group. It almost sounds like a carve out of our government affairs department, and a working group for, you know, government affairs, but also the overall strategy of the legislative strategy for the commission. So I kind of get that, but I guess here's my other question is, now that we've had this conversation in open meeting, and we have the charter in front of us, are we allowed to then meet with you to kind of go through it a little bit more? Just go through it a little bit more? Because just like right now, it's making sense to me, but I need to see it all kind of put together. Like, are we allowed to talk about it off? Like, if we met next week to talk about it a little more, are we allowed to do that, or does it have to be in public meeting?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd want to make sure, obviously, we're not contributing to serial communications, and maybe it's conversation that needs to happen with our Director of Government Affairs.
Yeah.
I know Matt would be happy to meet with each of you and try to flush this out, but again, we work under the cloud of the open meeting law, and I'm mindful of that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because we technically, you technically want us to. We don't usually vote on group charters or working group charters. We don't usually vote on them, right? So this would you're giving us a heads up, and I appreciate it, and we're talking it through as a larger strategy. I just I mean, I could continue to flush it out right now, and that's fine. But I feel like, you know, Matt, you know, my concern is this is like 3 parts here. It's kind of like some of our some of the process that we all started before in terms of stuff that we may want to, advocate for, plus then a carve out for the commission as a whole in terms of bills and everything else. And then again, a carve out for Matt, some of Matt's work and Matt's team. And I know, and Matt, I don't know, again, maybe I ask you more questions, but I don't know if you can break this down a little bit more, Matt, in how you see this and how it plays into, government affairs, could be helpful. And I understand the overall, I get it. I want to make sure that it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest benefit of this working group will be creating dedicated space for folks from various departments that might have particular subject matter expertise to weigh in on the implications of legislation that we see, or potentially share recommendations for statutory changes that may be warranted. This group can sort of think through that, analyze the legislation, implications of potential legislation, and then share that with commissioners for their review and potentially to vote to recommend to the legislature or executive branch a particular change. I think government affairs is policy is to really work with the departments that are really on the ground, working on very specific issues throughout the agency, making sure that their input is put into the analysis of any bill that gets filed. So I think that's kind of the biggest benefit that we see, but we also want to make sure that it's beneficial for commissioners as well. So I'd be happy to sit down with commissioners to sort of hear their thoughts and potentially, make some edits to the draft as well.
Yeah. If I can, comment back on that. So that makes, I get that portion. I'm on board with that. It's almost, and I mean, again, we've been here 2 years now. We've had conversation and we brought people into conversations around, legislative stuff when we were doing the social equity trust fund. We all kind of had a meeting and, folks brought their expertise. So I understand the benefits of that. I guess what I want to make sure is the commissioner piece to it, At the end of the day, commissioners still have the opportunity or the prerogative to, work on their own, right? Their own topics. But it sounds like you all are trying to streamline everything in sort of a bucket so that we're not, out doing your own thing, or if you do want to do it, you then do your own thing, but then that goes against sort of staff time, right? I think for me, I just need clarity on the commissioner role. And I always think about not me, but the commissioner that comes after me. Because I could roll with the punches right now, but once we put this in place, how does this work for the future? So for me, I just need a little bit of clarity on that part.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I had a comment in response to Commissioner Camargo, and
sure.
I believe this does require a vote. This would be a significant amendment to commission policy. So this is something that we did vote on and approve, and this would change the existing executive and legislative outreach strategy. And I guess we can double check with our general counsel, but this would fall under that umbrella.
Okay. Like I said.
Can I ask a question to Commissioner Concepcion?
Of course.
Yeah, Commissioner Concepcion, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear the beginning that you said in terms of what I said.
Yeah, you were asking about, I think you made a comment that this wouldn't require a vote. And I'm saying it would. I believe it would, because the existing executive and legislative outreach strategy is commission policy that was voted on and approved by the commission. And the
see.
way that this charter is written, it significantly amends that existing policy.
Yep, okay. Yep, I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate that. And Commissioner Concepcion, appreciate that. We'll go back. We will confer with legal counsel. Again, I hadn't anticipated needing a vote, but Commissioner Concepcion, appreciate the point you raised and certainly want to make sure that we're not changing previously approved commission policy. Again, my feeling is we were kind of help building off of it, but sounds like there's still more work to do on this. And between Matt, myself, and legal, we will certainly follow up with all of you. And if we can answer all the questions we need, we would want to bring it back to the commission if we're ready by the January meeting. But certainly want to allow both of you the opportunity to share your thoughts with Matt as well.
I have one more comment before we wrap this item. I just want to throw out that there are staff-led working groups, and in the interest of not creating sort of a silo amongst commissioners, because we're all equal commissioners, we all have the same votes, this might make more sense to be a staff-led working group that we can all equally utilize, as opposed to sort of being outside of the process when there are things that particular commissioners are advocating for.
Okay. Appreciate that suggestion. Okay. We will set the, yep, Commissioner Camargo.
Sorry. Yeah, I just had a thought that Commissioner Concepcion triggered. When you're looking at this as well, can you just also kind of go back to the governance document and kind of just look at, what we developed around working groups as well, and how does this play a factor? Because this will be sort of a big an enhancement to our legislative stuff. So I think that making sure that it coincides too with our governance once we do finish that we're going back to look at the governance document as well in this area.
Great suggestion. Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. We will set this aside. I don't believe there's any other business. Thank you all. We can pull up next meeting dates. We are meeting tomorrow remote at 2 p.m. That's a public meeting. Monday, we have an executive session planned for 1 p.m. That'll also be remote. December 17th, we have a public meeting, both in person and remote, kicking off at 10 a.m. Have some items of business to take care of first, and then we're going to get into a overview of the red line regs for the social consumption regulatory framework. And then I'm hoping that's the last meeting we'll need in the month of December. But that's to give everybody a overview of the schedule. Executive session on Monday will start at 2, not 1 o'clock. Okay. Any other final comments, questions from my colleagues before we adjourn? Commissioner Concepcion?
No, I have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo?
I was just going to say thank you so much. Great meeting, but also to my fellow commissioners, if you all need a printed copy of the reg for Tuesday, you're in the office, you might want to get a copy. I got a fresh copy that I will be looking at over the weekend, so I'm really excited. And I just want to say thank you to the working group for social consumption and to Philip and Mike Baker, who have been working really hard to get these regs out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion? Motion been made and seconded. Anybody want to stick around a little bit longer? Seeing
Not
none,
today.
I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
and the Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Thanks to the staff and the team. And we'll see each other virtually tomorrow.
All
Thanks,
right.
everybody. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, Chair.
Thank you so much, everybody.